mind to a limit where it needs to feed. I work blind, got vision I don't need to see. I'm picking mind over matter, I believe in me. I need to find more hours in the day to breathe. Need to find more power in the way I be. And when my mind turns sour with the painful scenes, I need to scream out loud, I can't stop me. I wanna be the greatest like Rocky. You know I leave them all hating like a hobby. I'm out here making moves like a lobby. And if you ain't with me, it's your loss. See, I got my mind on the facts, I'm a python, grab what I like real fast. Choke until I have everything I attack, everything that I lack, everything that I want, and I see matter of fact. Cause I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind I manifest it. Every morning I wake up obsessed and everything I do the best. And deep within my mind you know I'll always manifest it.
Man, Chicago, what up, though? What up, sis? Hope everything is good. Hope everything is great. Appreciate you.
What up, Nine?
Trapaholics Mixtapes.
As the 9% and Word would say, make a better you, a better us.
Give them what they ask for.
Who do you think you are? I'm the Word. Boy, I'm the one who put in the work.
When I move, is it a quick rumble? I will never ever fall, never stumble. And I don't need to be humble. Break down walls like Jericho crumble.
What up, though? It's the Word. You see the title. We about to get into it. But before we get into that, let me get into the chat. Miss Chicago, what up, though? Appreciate you, sis. Appreciate you. Hope everything is well. Hope everything is great. But yeah, Logic does a Trump emotion. I was talking to a colleague of mine today, another life coach, and we were talking about my bad, 1 second. I had to grab something real quick. What is it? Oh, but we was talking about emotional regulation, right? Or emotional deregulation. Basically, when our emotions take over our logical thinking, and we become reactive instead of responsive. Because, in therapy, coaching, a lot of what we do is to help people overcome difficulties, and most people difficulties stem from emotions. If it's like life coaching, a lot of things is lack of self-esteem, lack of confidence, and that's because of the way people feel about themselves. So you change the way a person feel about themselves, you'll change the way a person think about themselves. So that's how I attack it anyway. So we was talking about this, and it's easy for someone to say, logical thinking. We say facts over feelings, right? And that's a little different than logical thinking. Trying to think logically when you feeling emotional, to shut that emotion off and think it's hard. It's a process, and it takes time for you to master that. And even when you master that, it's always different levels and new devils, right? So, like for me, I felt like I mastered that at a point until I had kids. My kids. Just me being a dad, wanting to protect my kids. The love I have for my kids will override the way I think sometimes. If somebody come at my baby sideways, I'm gonna be ready to ride out, right? I'm not gonna be thinking about tomorrow or the day after that. I'm thinking about right now because of the way I feel. Right. So you came to the conclusion, like, the more deeply rooted an emotion is, meaning we attach memories to emotions. That's why we have triggers, right? That's how our memories are attached. That's how they come up. The better you feel about something, the clearer, or sometimes even the worse you feel, the clearer the memory will be. So we was talking about that, and I forget who I was talking to. I think it was a couple months ago, but we was talking about feeling to think, and a lot of times, like I said, with practice, it becomes easy. Or if you just don't have that empathy. Riders, what up though, sis? What up, Nine? Appreciate you. Rachel Pooh in the building. What up though? I didn't even see you. My bad. But yeah, so I was talking about the process of feeling to think. Because normally how we process stuff and the process we go through, we think, then we feel, and that feeling creates a behavior. That behavior influences our actions. So when I say feel to think, I'm putting the thinking process back as a filter. And in psychology, even in coaching, we got exercises we do. We tell people to step back, step away, walk away, different breathing exercises when you feel that emotion, so you can overcome that initial capricious act, that impulsive act. Because when we feel, we tend to react or act off of that feeling versus really assessing the situation and the circumstances that go along with the event that we in. And that was a process I had to learn how to do. And I'm still learning how to do it. Like I said, I got kids now. I ain't had kids at first. So, it was different circumstances. And because of my past experience, my stepdad abused me when I was young. So I'm like a big component of protecting kids, especially my own, like my family and everything, making sure they don't go through what I went through. So that's something that I have to realize. And it's different tools, like I said, stepping back, thinking, analyzing the situation. Like I got to remember, just because the situation happened, I can't crash out because I got many more years to be here to protect my kids, right? So I can't crash out at every event. I got to assess the situation. And that's is a process, because that emotion, boy, them emotions, man, you will react quick, especially when it comes to something that you're protecting or something that you love. You will act quick off that emotion. Even if there's respect, I've seen people, get disrespected and just crash out. And I'd be like, damn, okay, yeah, I felt that, but I wouldn't have went that far, So is what up, Nine? The lady at the 9 is in the building. The Minister General of Defense. What up, Commander? Appreciate you, sir. The lady at the 9. I just remember being in school, people capping on you. That's what we call. I don't know what y'all call it now. We call it capping, roasting, whatever. And everything can be fine until they say your mama. When they say your mama is on and popping. And as I get older, I realized like when I start understanding the concept of projection, and I'm like, damn, and I was at a young age, like when I was 13, 14, I understood the concept of how people project. And then when people say your mama, I used to flip it on them, like, damn, you just mad because your mama like this, I ain't say you was projecting, but I'm like, you only saying that because your mama do it. Everybody know your mama do it. But anyway, but the whole concept of, logic, logic is, it don't trump how we feel, man. No matter how you want to place it, or should it or shouldn't it, I'm talking about what exists. All logic goes out the window when it comes to emotions, especially ones that you have triggers on. Kearney, what up, though? Dee dee. What up, though? What up, though? Appreciate y'all. Hey, it is an open panel. I'm just sitting up here talking, but that emotional regulation. That's what happens. That's basically when you can be in a nice, calm, peaceful mood, and bam, the emotions switch and you just flip. And that's because you can't regulate the emotion. You can't compartmentalize. You can't control. Can't contain the emotion. It becomes an irregulation. Like you can be happy 1 minute, somebody say something, you can go from 0 to 100. It's no build up. It's no. My bad. What happened to my screen? Oh, my bad. I put something on. Lost the chat. There we go. But yeah, so and it's just basically caused by a trigger. But like I said, it bypasses the mindset and puts you in a mind state. That's when you function off of emotions, the mind state. Thoughts and emotions, but a mindset is a total thought process, which will be considered logic. What up, Nine?
What up, though?
Chilling. What to do with the business is?
I'm here. I'm trying to, show other people, give them some motivation. Come up here and see if a shorty could do it. Y'all could do it too. Chat, where y'all at? Come on, man.
Chat, where you at? Chat, where you at? She said, for sure you can do it. You can do it too. Leading by example. That's what you do.
So, let me ask you a question. Are decisions ever truly logical, or do emotions ever play a role? And you kind of explained that when you broke it down, didn't you?
It depends. It depends. A lot of decisions, like I make a lot of logical decisions. I go against my emotions a lot of times. I go against the way I feel about things. But it's how much control you got of self, really. So I would say it's based on the individual. I don't want to say skill level, but individual's level. Some people can make more logical decisions than emotional decisions, and some people make a lot of emotional decisions.
So it's not more about logic or like emotion. It's more on maturity.
Yeah, you can equate it, because the more you develop your mind, the more you should be able to use discernment. Like when people say discernment, they generally talk about some biblical understanding. The discernment is nothing but rationalize your intuition. You rationalizing it. You thinking why you feel the way you feel instead of just making an impulsive decision based upon how you feel. Like somebody can feel like, oh, this person trying to get at me. Like this person trying to set me up. And then you'll make a decision based upon how you feel instead of looking like, okay, yeah, I've been through some situations where people tried to set me up and some of this stuff is happening, but then I look at the person's intent, like, no, they just being they just being cool. You know how they say people being too nice, trying to get close enough to stab you in your back. Like, no, this person just like Gary. Like Gary is like a whole different. Like Gary is I don't want to call him man a unicorn, but Gary is like a once in a lifetime experience. Like it is genuine. Like he's really genuine, and it's like to no fault. So, but a lot of times, you know, people say things are too good to be true. You know, so you look like, oh, you're just trying to get close enough to hurt me, instead of logically thinking like, okay, this is just who he is, his consistency, his behavior, not just with me, but with everyone. And plus, okay, I had bad experiences where people was being extra nice just to get close enough, but this ain't that situation. That'd be more discernment, being able to think or rationalize your feelings and put them in its proper place. Hassan, what up, though? I seen Hassan on We On Lock earlier. They was talking about wrestling. I was about to jump up there, but the kids trying to put them to sleep.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. Mine's is still up knowing she got school tomorrow. that is crazy though. But a lot of people run on fear, right? Like their emotions, right? Run on fear. So how does fear impact logical thinking? Does it cloud judgment or sharpen people's instincts?
I think I don't think
I
you
don't
can
know. That's a
logically.
question.
Yeah, I don't think you can logically think when you're running off fear. I don't think you can logically think. You can't make sense of stuff. And people, I don't even think people truly like. It's a lot of different ways to look at fear. You know, I give it that. But for me, what makes more sense, or like when you think of something you fear, and like this is a consistent answer I get when I talk to people about fear. Right? When you think about fear, what is the main substance of fear? Is the lack of knowledge, the lack of knowing, like what's going to happen. Even if you know something bad can happen and you have knowledge of it, then you're not fearful. You get more prepared. You get more, you either prepare for it better or you be able to avoid it. Like guns, right? If you truly understand guns, you ain't fearful of them. But when you see somebody who don't have the knowledge or understanding of guns, you like, okay, I'm gonna stay away from them because they might do something stupid. But someone like when you see a police officer or somebody in the military with a gun, you don't feel intimidated. That shit normal. But if you just see some random person with a gun and just, you know, not holstering it right, you gonna be like, oh shit, you know, I don't know what they're gonna do with it. I don't know what they're capable. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? That's when the fear kick in. But fear is like just the lack of knowledge or lack of knowing. And
So you think that logic is to learn? It's like you was breaking down about it, you know, being like an ocean and stuff like that, right? Do you think it's something that's learned or something that's already instilled in you?
nah, I don't think logic is learned. I mean, I think logic is learned. I don't think logic is innate. I think it's a process you have to go through. I think you need the proper tools to even make a logical assumption. You know, I don't even want to use the term assumption, but to create a logical, have a logical understanding of something, you need the proper tools. If you don't have the information, you don't know, so you can't logically think about it.
Exactly. So all these
Like it's like even when people say logic, right? If you ask the average person what are the 3 laws of logic, the average person ain't gonna be able to tell you. You ask the average person what's the 4 laws of logic, they're not gonna be able to tell you. Most people who know 3 laws don't even fuck with the 4th law of logic. So I mean, I think people just use terms without understanding the concept of the term they're using, because logically thinking is the process you go through. You have to go through a process of elimination. You know, is observing, is and the more information you got, the better you can assess the situation. So logical thinking is not an innate process; it's a learned skill.
I can't even. I didn't even know there was 3 laws to it. So until you just said something, like,
never seen
wait a
that?
minute.
You never
As I'm
seen
over here, like
Oh what? Yeah, I'd be fucked with.
that's, oh. And that's what it seems like. You know what's crazy, right? I've been hearing a lot of YouTubers talk about that. The reason that our kids' logic, the reason our kids is behaving the way they behave and the things that they're doing right. They're saying that we messed up this generation, right? And then I've heard some people say that it started off with our grandparents, then our parents, then us. Do you believe that we messed up the perception of what logic is for our kids? Does social media play a part of it? Is music involved? Or is all of the above? Or is it separated?
I just don't think people get the proper tools. I just don't think people have the information. It's easier to let other people think for you than think for yourself. It's just easier. And that's what most people do. That's why people are influenced by social media. People are influenced by specialists and shit like that. Like them, everybody is a person. Anybody can make a mistake. Anybody can be right or wrong. Even a professional person. So just the whole shit as the holy grail that people say. Even me, like when I tell y'all shit, I encourage y'all like go look at that shit. I encourage that shit because I can be wrong. Right? I can be totally fucking wrong, and I'm okay with that because that means I can be corrected. I'd rather be corrected and do things right instead of keep doing it the wrong way. So I encourage people to challenge what But like, so these are the 3 laws of logic, right? Law of identity, law of non-contradiction, law of exclude the middle. Law of identity states a statement is identical to itself, meaning A is A. Like, so I can't say, like if I say the sky is blue, then that means the sky is blue. I can't say the sky is blue and mean that the sky is green. I can't, if it's blue, it's blue. It is what it is. So law of identity states whatever something is, that's just what it is. You can't change it to something else. So like I give you an example. This might be controversial, but a girl is a girl. That's just what it is. A boy is a boy. You can't change that. So that's law of identity. Law of non-contradiction. The statement cannot be both true and false at the same time. So, like A is A. A cannot be A and B. So a boy can't be a boy and a girl at the same time. Well, I guess if you got a hermaphrodite. Okay, that's a total. Okay, yeah. So, yeah. So anyway. So blue is blue. Blue ain't red. Red ain't blue. But blue is blue. A law of exclude the middle. A statement is either true or false without no middle ground. So even when you talk about logic, this is why I put at the title, logic does not trump emotion. Even though it's logical, even though it may be true, have you ever heard something that was a fact and people just would not accept it because they felt some other type of way? I mean, logic don't trump how people feel. You can give people facts all day, but if they don't accept it, they don't accept it. If they feel this type of way, they just feel that type of way. You can call them illogical, but it doesn't change the fact that logic is not trumping their feelings.
Yo, somebody had sent me a video earlier, and they was talking about that they had they was trying to pass a bill, I think it was, or something like that, about changing the kids' dependency to the age of 7. And I thought that they was changing, you know, how, you know, kids being able to do things on their own by the age of 7. And it has to do with the food stamps and all this shit. So all this drama on social media, and I'm thinking it has to, I'm like, yo, they really gonna make the kids dependent that young? And that's crazy, but in a way it does. Because basically they're trying to say that if a child is 7, they should be able to work and maintain a family. I think that's kind of fucked up and crazy.
Hold on, say that last part again. It was kind of
basically right. They're saying that at the age of 7, that a child should be able to work and maintain a family. I'm sitting here, this shit is fucking
work and retain a what?
A family, familia.
Where's that at?
Look it up. It's all over fucking Google videos. People popping up with this shit. I was just reading some articles here.
That's just weird, but that's at age of 7.
I just looked up. Is they trying to change the law where an 8-year-old is not dependent on their parent, right? Then it says Republicans think that after age of 7, a child is no longer. Wait, let me hit the article.
Right. My bad. No, but your frontal cortex, which brings in rational decision making, which is responsible for rational decision making, ain't even fully developed until you're 25. I don't think the shit work at all until you're 27, 28. You know, just because it's fully developed, that don't mean you even know what the fuck it is or it's working right. Like, just looking, that's just my experience. My shit ain't, my shit ain't start clicking until I was like 27. And I'm like, oh shit, okay, I understand now. Like, I was getting deeper understanding of the thing at that age.
Oh, I see why they're complaining about it. Okay, so this law, wait, see, I'm getting very confused with this because they're going about it 2 ways. Really confused with it. So I know that this Congresswoman is slamming Trump's bill, lowering the age of SNAP dependent for child from 18 to 7 can calculate cuts is cruel, right? But now they're talking about bringing back child labor. I'm confused. How is this all falling into place? Like, you see how this is getting the way they putting it down. And I think I'm gonna have to wait for a little more.
I was about to say, and then you also like what website are you looking at?
Different articles.
Like,
yeah, I'm on Yahoo, I'm on notice.org, I'm on what is this, Quora, I got News Nation, Reddit. I mean, Reddit, I know that I can't trust.
Yeah. I don't trust none of that shit, really. Nah.
Let me see. They got a whole bunch of websites. Yeah. Juvenile Law Center.
Yeah, you got to read more of the substance than the context of the. I look more of the, like, where is it? They talking about America? They talking about over Mexico?
No, this is here. This is here.
Like, that shit
This is here. Them little bills.
Ain't nobody about to do it. Ain't nobody about to do this shit, man. Ain't nobody about to rock with none of that.
I think I believe this one more. I think it is more about the food stamps. Democrats vote at the proposal in the reauthorization bill, which they said will punish single parents of young children. I'm confusing. Is this really leading to a bill of them trying to bring back child labor then? Because this isn't working.
What you got to look at too, man. A lot of people say some outlandish things. You know, they have some crazy, especially politicians. They all have some crazy ass ideas that they throw out there, and it becomes a sound bite, and somebody run and make a story out of it, and that shit ain't going nowhere. That's just somebody saying some crazy ass shit.
No, these are actually articles. Congress what you call it shit. These are actually articles. That's why I'm like, I'm a little confused. I don't know. This shit is trending right now, so I'm not sure if he actually passed it or not. I'm trying to find the videos of him saying it and signing it. Let's see. All right, here. But I don't think you can hear it. Oh yeah, see, it's saying that a child is not dependent of their age. So that basically, if any parent, it's going to hurt a lot of families with children. So basically, they're just ripping benefits, basically the food stamps and all that. So they really getting serious about that. So they're saying that they're using the excuse that a 7 and an 8-year-old is not dependent of their family. So this is the reason why these families cannot receive SNAP benefits. So that has to do with that law they've been talking about, stripping the benefits. So now they're putting an excuse to it. But there's no way that the lady is saying it right here in Congress. It's a video. But you can't see the links when I send it to you in the back chat, can you? Wait, is Word still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. I see the videos now. So it is something that they're doing. The Congress is fighting it right now.
I mean, they just going after. I'm looking at it. It looks like they just going after different parts of the child labor act. Like you can have kids on farms at the age of 13, 10, working, and that's what they're doing anyway. That's what I was asking you about, like, because they found a lot of Mexican kids working on farms, and they was charging the parents for child endangerment. That was like 4 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago.
That's cool, but for the past 4 years, kids like here in Philly and other places, kids got working papers now, where they can start working at the age of 13. So I'm a little like,
I was working at 15. I was working at shit. I was throwing newspapers. I ain't had no permit or nothing, but shit. My grandma gave me that job when I was 8, 7 or 8.
You were 8.
Throwing newspaper.
Word. We're in 2025. Tell me what kid is gonna let go of a fucking tablet to go to work? And we're not talking about your kid. We're not talking about my kid.
You got to think about back in the day too. I mean, people was having kids just for that purpose, to help them with the farms and shit. That's why people had a big ass family. Shit, grandma grew up. She said shit. They was in the fields when they was able to walk.
Because people don't know all them old stories like that. People remember they're going by the history they was taught to us in school, and that was twisted up. So at the end of the day, we got to teach our kids, like you've been saying. See, it starts with us. It starts at home. You said it.
I mean, I don't believe putting them in no field or nothing like that. But shit, you giving kids responsibility at a young age. That ain't gonna do nothing but to make them more responsible. They gonna be, that shit gonna be innate to them.
Well, why is the world? I mean, this is something we've been talking about. You've talked about. I mean, I remember you used to talk about it a lot. Especially, I brought it up a few times, right? Where what is the problem with letting our kids start like a lemonade stand, sell, T-shirts at the age of 8 and 9? You see where I'm coming from? What is the problem with that? Them making them little money on the side. You see where I'm coming from? With a parent watching them, learning how to be. Hopefully, I say the word right this time. Entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
See where I'm coming from? But right now they bitching about it. It's like, I don't know. Y'all want the solutions or y'all don't?
Man said, "Don't raise bitch asses." Hey man, I'm telling you, that's why a lot of people entitled now, because they never had to do nothing. Bro. But like I said, I had a paper route when I can't remember. I know I was young as hell. I used to have to get up early to school and shit. After that, like when I moved to Michigan, man, I was so used to raking leaves, cutting grass, shoveling snow. Always worked for my. I was used to it. You know what I'm saying? And as soon as I was able to get a working permit, I got one just to start working. After school, I remember after school, I used to catch the bus right to the job after school. I had my uniform in my book bag. So, I mean, nowadays, shit, kids get things without earning it. All right. Kids get things without earning it, and then when you don't give it to them because they ain't earned it, and then when they don't get something that they don't earn, then they, act unscrupulous. That's where that entitlement shit comes from, man. People ain't learn how to work for what they get. They feel entitled. Like they supposed to get it regardless of what they do or what they don't do. And then they're just saying how the world works. That's just not how it works. And that started making people scheme on how to do. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with making more money doing less work, but it's when you abuse other people to do so, that's when it becomes a problem. Like when say if somebody pop up in the thing, type in the chat first so I know. I'm taking the phone. I'm about to step away from my laptop. Can y'all hear me still? Yeah, somebody pop up on the panel, let me know. Let me know. But yeah, teaching kids responsibility at a young age. I don't think nothing wrong with that. I got my son doing chores. I give him a little allowance. And we walk to the store. He pull out his little wallet like that. I want to pay for it. Let me pay for it. He got his money that he saved. 5 years old. Every $5 I give him, he tell me, I don't want a 5, Dad. Give me all one. He'll put 3 ones up and put 2 in his wallet. He'll put 2 in his bank. 3 in his bank, 2 in his wallet. That way, when he goes to the store, he can buy him and his sister something. So I mean, he 5 years old. You said what?
So that means you're teaching him right. A lot of parents don't do that. Like I've seen so many parents just give their kids money in their head, send them to the store, and not teach them how. I'm sitting here like, you're not gonna tell them like, yo, 6, 5, 4 years old. I'm sitting here like, you just sent your child to the Chinese store. Yeah, I was like, they get mad at them when they don't bring you back the proper change. If you don't teach them, they're not going. I'm like, yo.
That's how he learned how to count, is because of money. That's how my son learned how to count, because of that money, that change. The dime, how much a dime is, how much a nickel is, how much a quarter is, how much a penny is. And he knows his dollars, he knows numbers. So he knows 1, 5, 10, or 20. You know all that shit because of money.
Facts. My baby probably did the same thing with my daughter when she was little. So teach her how to count, how to save, how to budget. I was cracking up the other day when she said, "Mommy, I made a cart at Walmart, and Daddy could buy me this." And she's like, "You don't gotta worry. I'm not gonna break his pockets." I was cracking the fuck up. I'm saying, I was like, "You're not gonna break his pockets. I should be saying that."
And don't let him. If he get 10 ones in his wallet, he'd be like, "Dad, give me a 10." He'll take the 10, put the 10 in the bank, and put $2 more in his wallet until he get his allowance. That's how he build his money up. I'm looking like, man, you too damn grown. As we go to the store now, he had my wife cracking up. We went to the store, and it was this water gun. We was getting new water guns to have a water fight. And I was like, man, I don't like this gun because it's not battery powered. And he was looking at it, and he was like, "Dad, that's $20." He was like, "It ain't good enough. This ain't good. It ain't worth it." I'm like, his mama like, "What you know?" Well, he's like, "It ain't worth it, Mom. $20." I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, yo. He started looking at, now he's looking stuff like, nope, that ain't worth it.
Gotta teach them. A lot of parents need to get more of that. And that gives me the question: how come that's what gives me the thing. Like, how come some of us are like that? Like, we learn from our past, and I know there's something, that your past either break you or make you. But it's like there's too many people. How can I say stuck in their past or whatever that it's to the point is passing on to their kids. And it's crazy. I'm like, you look at these kids and like they not living the way they talk and the way they carrying themselves. So why is they even behaving like this? And like you said, time after time, learned behavior. I'm gonna say past behavior.
I mean, it was popular. Like, think about like kids in different environments, right? I look at like my cousins and stuff. They grew up around my dad's side of the family. Everybody's like highly successful. So their whole goal was to be like the people in their environment, to be highly successful. But growing up in the hood, what you see as highly successful ain't going to school, getting an education. It ain't none of that. It's hustling. You see the hustlers, them people who highly successful. So did you start trying to be like them or doing what they do?
That shit is crazy. It's to the point where you're hearing these women. I did the live the other day, right? And I was like, that shit shocked me. I'm sitting here, I was like, yo, this chick really came on here, right? I don't really hear a lot of people in the hood say it, but I've heard a few people talk like that, right? And I'm saying, I'm like, you're turning generational welfare into generational wealth. I'm like, it's two different things. So basically, you're coming on here, you're mad, and you're basically saying that, well, I survive, I depend on, food stamps my whole life. It started off with my grandma, and she taught my mom, and my mom taught me, and I'm going to teach my kids, and I'm going to teach my grandkids. She's like, they say that I'm from the hood and I'm broke. And you know what? I'm proud of it. I'm saying, like, you're proud that you're from the hood and you're broke and you're dependent on welfare. Is you fucking serious? That's not
And,
something to
and
be proud of. And that's what you want to pass on to your grandkids? Generational welfare?
I mean, it's people. It's people who be like, man, y'all better have some kids so y'all get income tax. Like what? Like, bro, that's a one time payment. You know how much some kids go cost throughout the year, and you just looking for one payday. And then when you get that money, what you do with it?
Man,
What
when
do you
these
do with it?
you don't see these people get food stamps, they be at the crab shacks and shit buying crab legs, shrimps. I'm sitting here and that's why you want food stamps. Instead of going to the market, I'm sitting here, I was like, yo, when they gave me food stamps the first time, I was like, oh shit. I went to the market. I bought rice, dried beans. I bought veggies. I bought milk. I bought eggs. I'm like, man, fuck that. And guess what? You still got to put some cash into that shit. So I'm
Mhm.
sitting here like, this is what you want. This is like having an allowance from your dad or your mom, or sitting here depending on your husband, that is supporting not just you, but his family. So now you're
Like
on a fucking budget and an allowance. Make it make sense.
when you think about like generational wealth, you think about taking care of the generations after you. You know, so like people tend to save their money for some shoes or t-shirts and something tangible, something that depreciates as soon as they buy it. As soon as you buy it, it depreciates. So like even a car, as soon as you buy a car, it depreciates. Cars don't appreciate until like 20 years after they made it. And that's if they're in good condition. Then they become valuable. But until that 20-year mark, it's literally depreciating every year. But buying like stock, property. Like when my son turns, I'm gonna wait till he turn like 10, and I'm gonna start helping them invest in stocks. And I'm not even, I got a couple, but I don't even fuck with it like that. But that don't mean he can't. I'm gonna introduce it to him. At least have one or two stocks. What's your favorite company? Okay, let's buy a partial stock. Save your money for shit like that. Something that appreciates. That's how you add to your experience of life. Is with the material aspect of life. You know, because shit, when we die, we can't take none of that shit with us. No matter how much money you save or make, when you dead and gone, you gone. But you can leave it for the next generation, put them in a better position so they don't have to struggle as much as you did. That's the concept of generational wealth. But it depends on that generation what they do with it. Do they carry on that legacy of creating more generational wealth, or do they just squander it? You know, I think both. That is dead. Yeah, the chat is dead. Y'all need to come alive. Chat, where you at? Hey,
Everybody
Commander.
sleep like Gary.
That's why the chat dead, Commander, because you ain't come up and say chat, where you at? Gary go pop up in the chat probably about 2, 3 o'clock. about y'all still on? Yeah, yeah. Oh, y'all women, boy. The big ones and the little ones. My work is never done. I gotta spoil both brats. I got 4 brats in the house. My wife, my 2 kids, and my dog. 4 of them. Oh, can you throw it at me today? She threw it at me yesterday. It was like that Baba. It threw the bottle right. Come on. Man.
The chat scared of the Undertaker, Commander. They like,
Nah, shit was quick. I think like I noticed the chat go when I put like a title on, that's when the chat be dead. But if I put like a bring on topic and people just come chill.
y'all can still bring your own topic.
You know, that's why I put open panel thinking. You know how I do things. I start talking about one thing, start talking about something else. Well, going back to sleep dancing.
Facts, Commander. You not making mine. We gotta leave that to them next on YouTube. Come on, word. Use your MK or trouble, people.
You know what? I'm gonna do that while we're wicked. I'm about to do that too. I found some more videos. T-Mosh, what up? Why you ain't got your stick? Hold on. Or T-Mosh ain't blue. I don't know. I guess it removes some people's moderation stick. I don't know why. When I came in your chat, remember that day? I was like, oh, but that happened on my channel like 3 or 4 times. Like different people coming in, they ain't had a stick. I'm like, hold on, why they ain't blue? But yeah, your logical, like your emotions will definitely override uh any logical thinking that you have. But like you said, when you ask that question, it's a skill, and you have to know the laws or the rules to even think logically by definition. But people take these concepts of words and they think they know them. Like if you ask the average person what logical thinking is, they ain't gonna tell you the 3 rules of logic. They gonna say something like, "Well, it just gotta make sense." Wow, what structure do you use to make things make sense? Like most people won't even tell you how to logically think versus how what logically thinking is. Like I said, it's just one of them terms that people throw out and use. With like, I mean, I don't. I mean, everybody's school system different. So, I mean, I was taught this in middle school. I think that's when I first seen the laws of logic when I was in middle school. And then I took a couple honors. I had honors classes in high school, so I had a philosophy class. It was what do they call them? Pre-university or uh, prep college courses. One of them was philosophy. So, we dealt with logical thinking. Like I said, even when people they don't look at the the fourth rule of logical thinking. And that's applied to math and science and associated to just rational thinking. But yeah, it's lost the logic, man. It's like when I hear people say when they say something doesn't logically make sense. And I be thinking like, bro. Mhm. But like I said, that more that That even though it's 3 laws of logic, that shit don't override the way you feel. The way you feel overrides that whole process. Like I said, unless you inept or in tune to the process of logically thinking, like, yeah, I feel like this. This is my opinion. But even if you feel some type of way and you try to think past it instead of understanding why you feel that way, I think it just suppresses it. And that's why people develop triggers, is because they suppress the way they feel about stuff by trying to distract themselves from that feeling. And the more you distract yourself, you just bury it, and different shit happen later on in life where you get triggered. But that's how triggers are developed, is when you suppress the emotion instead of taking it head on, identifying it, figuring out why you feel the way you feel. That's why I promote that process versus trying to distract yourself. Because um, the more you just try to change the way you think about the way you feel, instead of understanding why you feel that way, that's how you fix it. But you just suppress it, and later on something happens, you get triggered. That's why, like, even when I'm triggered by emotion, I try to figure out why. Why do I feel about? And all those come from past experiences. You know, if you like when I was younger, my stepdad used to kick my ass. So that's why when I got older and bigger, it was like if I felt threatened, I used to lash out a lot. Like if somebody would kind of intimidate me, I take it to a whole nother level because of my past experience of being abused. Like you ain't gonna beat me no more. Ain't nobody gets to do this. And a lot of times I put myself in bad situations, because a lot of those situations I could have walked away. And then logically thinking or using my discernment, I understood that this person ain't got nothing to lose. That's what that saying say, don't deal with a person who ain't got nothing to lose and you do. I understood that on a deeper level because now it's like I got things to lose and this person don't. So yeah, they'd be willing to throw their life away, but am I gonna throw my life away because I feel disrespected by this person? Am I gonna play this game with this person, or am I just gonna ignore them and keep it moving and handle my business? And so now I look at people's intent, like why are they doing this? And once I see like, oh, they don't have nothing to lose, or even if they just try to piss me off, there's projection. A lot of times people attack you because they feel fucked up inside, so they will project their pain and their anger onto you.
You
So
know, I
if they
never understood that.
huh?
I never understood that because they say that you gotta worry about the person that has nothing, to lose, but that can work both ways, can it? Like you said, there's a duality to everything, right? But doesn't it make somebody that has everything to lose more fearful than the one that has nothing to lose?
They got control over, but think about it. Like I said, it makes more sense. But how many times you see people with a lot to lose crash out over somebody who don't got nothing to lose? And
Yeah,
why
no,
would
that's
they?
what I'm
That
saying. It
doesn't
because
logically. That's what this is now. This you use a person that doesn't logically make sense. If I got a lot to lose and this person don't, and I'm playing this game with them, that don't make sense. But it makes
oh, you
sense
talking
when
about
you
playing
because
games?
I'm emotionally no, just crashing out period. Like if I go to the store, right? I got a family, I got kids and stuff, people depending on me. I go to the store and somebody having a bad day and I glance at them, they like, what the fuck you looking at? I'm supposed to get off. Like, fuck you, and start
Facts,
fighting. This person ain't got nothing to lose. This person ain't got no family. That's probably why they like it. But
facts.
now, because they said something to me, I'm gonna throw everything away that I built. Like,
That's true.
nah.
No, 'cause I was
But
thinking
that will
probably like
happen.
somebody comes
But
to
that
you, right, and you're like, damn, I gotta defend my family. So that's why I was like, damn, that can that work both ways? But now you broke it down that way, I get it. That's why I'm like, hey, shit, this shit works both ways. Like, you know how you're not messing with nobody, but people still want to pop up. People still want to pull up. It's like, damn, motherfucker, you just popped up at the wrong place. I'm going to protect my family. Now I got everything to lose. It's either me or you.
Even that, right? I mean, it was situation. I had a situation. It was a couple months. Well, no, it was almost a year ago when we was in the store, and this dude he came up, he spoke to my wife, and he touched my daughter. Like, oh, she pretty, and then he tried to touch my son, and I smacked his hand, and I jumped up, and I'm like, okay. My wife like, calm down. He ain't, trying to hurt, or I'm like, I don't know, this motherfucker touching my kids, and I just got real defensive because he was touching my kids. Like, I don't know you. Why the fuck you touching my kids? And it ain't like hurt him or nothing, but still, it's like that shit weird to me. But that was me. I wasn't thinking. I had an emotional impulse. Like you touching my fucking kids, bro. What's fuck wrong with you?
I think that's a normal reaction for parents. Well, of real parents. All right, so let me rephrase that. So, did the Matrix take word?
Hold on, say that again.
The Matrix take word? I said, no, that reaction you had is a normal reaction for us parents. I can never answer it for the real parents out there that care about their kids. Like, I don't think none of us want nobody touching our kids, especially with the things that are going on around us. Like, I don't know who you are, where you've been, what are your intentions. Like, you just let me. You over here with the touchy. But with so much going on, I think a lot of parents need to think like that. You're like, look at what everything, the people think that, now everything is through social media, forgetting that the little white vans still exist. You see where I'm coming from? And social media just makes it easier. Let me put it like that.
Man, this whole social media thing, man, this is true. It can be good or bad. I have fun with social media. I like working out with y'all. You just gotta find, just like in real life, man. You just gotta find the right place and the right people. And it's gonna be fun, man. It can be beneficial. It can be good. But then you got the duality to it. It can be bad too. But it's all predicated on what you choose to experience. I guess that's the best way to say it, because it's all a choice.
Yeah.
You choose to indulge in things, or you choose not to. It's up to you.
Commander, the chat is not dead. You know what it is? YouTube streets are dead. Let me see. Ain't really a lot of people live.
I'm your time, man. It's getting hot, man. Ain't nobody.
That's what it is. I'm over here like, wait, is he YouTube?
Wow, man. I wasn't even. I forgot I created the live. I was about to go in the back and just chill by the fire, and I was about to make a little bonfire and just chill. And then I'm like,
I didn't think you were gonna go live. I know I was watching your real thoughts. I just got off her live. She had a great live. And Chicago was on that John. You need to watch that live. Yo, in Chicago was on there, John. She was in her bag today. She was like Scorpion from Mortal Kombat. Get over here! Every time she said, "Peace," you gotta watch it. Miss Chicago.
Oh, Miss Chicago went live.
No, she hit Miss Your Thoughts panel.
Man, I'm determined. Like I be having my kids, man. I can't be. I've been wanting to jump on Miss Bikinis. I've been wanting to jump on Miss Your Thoughts. I see beautiful ones start going live. I be seeing you on the panel. I be wanting to get on panels, man, but then it's like,
because y'all be having some great conversations. They would love your ass on there. I don't get tired of promoting your ass. Like, you need to hit one of these panels. There, it's not like some other panels.
Yeah.
I mean, here.
Yeah, I be chilling listening, man. I be chilling listening.
She should hit
That's
one of
why I
those.
like when
I think
Goddess G go live. I be wanting to jump on her.
Father's Day, Beautiful One is gonna have a masculine panel. You should hit that panel, yo.
I mean, if it's time, you know, if I got the time available, that'd be the thing. But no, it's on the weekend, right? I should be able
It's
to
on
do it.
Sunday.
Yeah, I should. Hopefully, I could be able to do it.
It's on Father's Day. I'm like, I need to be falling back and shit.
You know, I just feel like this too, man. Like it's like it'd be, man. I don't even know how to say it, bro. Like there be some cool people. It just be like the shit that be going on around them. I ain't got no. You know me, man. I ain't got no tolerance for that.
I
I
don't
ain't
worry
got
about those people no more. But on these panels, you don't see those people like that.
somebody's panel and shit. Like, man, chill. We grown as hell, bro. Go, like, I don't, man. I don't
No,
play.
but see,
Like, I don't. This
I
is
can
why I
be
stick to
honest.
myself, man, because I don't play that little kitty shit. I don't
Yeah,
all that. Yeah, I don't do all that shit, bro.
that's what the joke off was talking about earlier. That's why I was like, yo, you gotta see that live, man. You gotta watch the replay. When Chicago hit that joint and all that problem.
Like, I don't like. You know, I didn't fell out with people on here, and people still support them. I never say don't support somebody. I never, you know what I'm saying. If people do what they do, you know what I'm saying. I ain't gonna look at you. As long as you ain't talking about me, I don't really care. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna judge your character predicated on somebody else. That's just not unless it's just some even like look, man, I'm real. I'm 100% real with you. I don't do all the bullshit on the internet, but I don't blame people for doing all that shit. You know, it's like damn D tech, like the shit damn D do. I ain't about to sit there and talk about that, man. That's what he do. You know, that shit entertainment. That's how he make money. You know what I'm saying?
I
But
ain't gonna
all
be
that
about damn D.
doctor
I swear to
stuff.
God. Wait a minute. Hold up. We're not about damn D.
Hey,
I'm
look,
done. I'm dead.
oh, bro, I knew damn D before I knew any of y'all.
Oh
I knew,
shit, for real?
yeah, I knew damn man. I knew damn D from damn D his shoes and his nudes before he even started the beef channel. I knew damn D before KB. Before I knew KB.
I didn't. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. I didn't. I've only known
Yeah, I
that
knew all of them before I knew. Well, I didn't know. I seen when damn D trick. I seen Mob before I knew KB. I knew Mob.
I
I
met
was
Malcolm KB.
subscribed to his first channel. Like this is my second profile on YouTube. I've been in these chats. Y'all just don't know what the name I've been on in these chats, man. But I've been in these chats, man. I had to create a whole nother username. I wasn't doing all the fuck shit and nothing like that.
I
But
met
with
Truth before I met all of them.
trampoline,
So
I
that's
was
the funny
a
part.
trampoline member and all that shit, man.
No, I met Nate first. Then I met Truth. Nate was the one that, like, yo, we're love you. I was like, oh shit. And no, you're not a stalker. You was just trying to draw my attention. So that's not a stalker. A stalker will
I just
stalk
say you
and
doing some
stalk
real
and
shit, man. I was like, shit, dude, I was a supporter, you know, I'm a supporter. I just say you
I was
doing some real
regular.
shit. You know, I
But
real
before I met
recognize
all of
real.
them, I met Nate first. Nate was the first one I started following when I met KB. Then it was, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was Sister T. You know what happened with that. And then
Yeah,
it was you.
I was over there with Sinetta in the boxing community,
I don't know
the
who they are
LBC.
still. I hear of them.
Yeah, I was in the conscious community, the boxing community, and the reason I got into the shoe community is because of my brother, and he put me on the damn thing, talking about like rare shoes and shit. He put me on the damn thing, and then I seen he had another channel, the damn D News, so I started watching that, and then that's when I seen self talk and all that. But yeah, all that shit was cool. I didn't know even when I was watching it, I wasn't watching live though. I was just watching, I guess, after the live. And then the first chat I was in was a boxing chat. I was in the boxing chat first, and then I was in KB chat, I think.
KB, they bring a lot of content creators together, though. I'm not gonna say that lie.
Man, I mean, at the beginning, it was different. than what it is now. I'm gonna just say it like that. It was like a lot of the topics. It's like you can kind of resonate with, but then you know it evolved into what is now, and then it's like I'm straight.
You
I
said,
I don't I don't know, man. Like that is just I've been through a lot in life, and I like my peace. So
yeah.
I just I don't
See, the
fuck
problem with
with
people
that.
is that they still can't see that behind the celebrity is still a man. And I can see that. Like, that's why I tell people, like, I get where people are come from. Yes, he's using his celebrity fame, to draw the attention, to do his influence, right? But y'all are the ones that have to sit here and determine a lot of shit. Like, if y'all want to fall for certain shit, y'all fall for it. It's not like this man can sit here and MK or kill the whole fucking world. You see where I'm coming from? Like, come on, let's be real.
Like I tell you like this, man. I got two cousins that got golden jackets, and I got another is married into the family, but he a big YouTuber. He controversial, so I don't never say his name on here, but he a big uh older black guy. He did sports commentary. I'd say that much. But shit, I've been around. Shit, my mama was friends with Ricky Lake, man. I grew up around famous people. So I mean, I just realized they regular ass people. I grew up. I mean, I'm
Facts.
around rich people now. They regular ass people, man. They just as fucked up as me and you. They regular ass people, man.
And I don't understand. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. Like, has people really ever used logic? Like, that this is something that's been happening for a minute already, and I've seen it. Like I just said, like, for women to come online on social media and say, "Oh, I'm proud to be broke and in hood," for people saying that I live off of welfare, I'm proud of that, and I'm gonna make sure my grandkids and my kids live the same way. No, you should be making sure your kids are dependent on themselves, learn how to change the oil of their own car, make some money, become leaders. But you're teaching them how to depend off the government.
The government ain't gonna always do that. They ain't gonna always do that. But I don't.
Yeah.
It's individuals. You gonna have ignorant ass people who don't know no better, so they ain't gonna do no better. That's just what it is. When you don't know better, you can't do better. You only can do what you know. So if that's all they got, that's all they worth, then what you supposed to do? That's all they got to offer their kids, man. This is why I don't even go get on that. I was about to say everybody don't deserve kids, man. This is why nah. But you only can do better is when you know better. You only know better when you go get that information. People don't do that. They lazy.
That's true. And what's crazy is even I mean, I was told that you're not gonna learn until you bump your head until you hit that wall, right? And what's crazy is that we live in an era now that no matter how many times somebody bumps their head on a damn wall, they still repeat the same thing over and over. I'm sitting here, it's like, is you serious? It's the harder you fall, the faster you get up. It's not the harder you fall, you stay there and don't get up. The fuck?
Jason, what up, though? What up, though, Jason?
Oh shit!
But
I didn't even realize the chat.
yeah, I ain't even see it. I just looked at it.
Said,
But
"Where do you know Chilltown? What is Chilltown?"
showbiz. I know showbiz.
No, she said
Showbiz.
Chilltown. Like chill, dude.
Chill Town. I don't think I know Chill Town. Oh, is that? I think he came through here a couple times. He do shoes and stuff, right?
Oh, that's a content creator.
Yeah, yeah. I know who you talking about. He got the shoes and stuff. I didn't know he do shoes until I went and because the first couple streams I seen him do, I forgot he was talking about rap or something. And then one day I went in there, man, he had some retro J's, and I'm looking like, oh my thing, like those are cold. He had the Velvet Boys. I'm like, those are so I don't even buy the original anymore. But I ain't buying no shoe over $100. The only time I spent $100 on some shoes was like a dress shoe or motherfucking boots. And no $100 for no damn shoe.
I'm simple. You got me fucked up. Plus, I can get all my clothes at the kids' house. I'm only 4'11". I weigh 100. What? I gained 10 pounds, so I'm 160 pounds now.
I want to start wearing my own brand, my own shit. I want everything you say 9% of the word on.
You see,
I
you
want.
can do it. Yo, listen, get you a heat press machine.
I ain't got
Buy
time. Look, man. I almost bought one 3 or 4 different times, but
You
I'm not
need
trying
to.
to. I rather
Right
just
now,
pay
you
for
work on
it
the.
to do it.
Listen, right now, work on just vinyl, and then you work on getting some,
And I'm gonna tell you,
fancy ones.
this the thing. This the thing. You know, as I'm getting older, I realize I can't do everything, man. Now, if I was like 10 years ago, I would have did the shit. I think it's something to just do it. I go acquire the skill. That's just what. Now I'm getting older. I'm like, I'm gonna just put people around me who do the shit, and I rather just pay them and let them do it. You know what I'm saying? And that's how you create resources. Like I'm done trying to do everything. I tried to do that shit. Man, that shit don't work for me. I rather pay people to do what they do. But no, trust me, I almost bought one 3 different times. My cousin got a damn company. He got his own certain company, but he don't do single orders. He only do bulk orders.
Mhm. I gotta get there, but I gotta get myself situated. Like I could do it, but I gotta get me situated first. Like I tell people, there's no point of starting something to leave it laying around. I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from. I did that the
Well,
first time, and it slowed me up real bad. And all I did was lost money in the investment. Now I got the machines and I got all I need, but I don't have the time sometimes, like you just said.
yeah, I ain't
But
I'm literally building my company. So
listen, I'm not gonna sit here and lie. Where when I'm on my own time, I make my own shirts. I mean, I don't know if you noticed it, like on certain lives, I'll be showing it. I was like, look, listen, man, I did this shirt today because I wanted to rock this. I didn't feel like wearing a Nike. I didn't feel like wearing Adidas today. I wanted to rock my brand. So
I want to
I
rock
did
my
it.
name, man. I got my family. We got a family business, family company. I'd rather put that name on the shirt and walk around with it. That's free marketing, bro.
Yeah.
That's what I think now. So I'm hoping like when my son turned 10 years old, if he interested in that, I invest in him to let him do it, but I ain't doing it. I before my cousin did, I had this whole concept of how I wanted to do it because I was fucking with websites and I was fucking with a website designer. So I asked him, I said, can we make stencils and put on there and let people design their own shirts? And then once they design their own shirt, they just hit send and it come to me and I print it out. And he was like, yeah. So we started building that website and then I lost my eyesight and I was like, fuck it.
Oh shit.
That was a whole year process I had to go through. Oh, hold on, Frankie.
I'm about to make you a
Frankie in the
couple
back.
shirts, but you gotta give me the right PO box this time.
Yo,
I gave you the address. I gave you an address. That's to my
You gave me the address the
to
last
another
time, but
property.
something happened. I forgot what it was. But then you was like,
yep.
"Don't worry about
Salute,
it."
salute, Upper.
Frankie.
Salute the word. Salute, amen. In the chat. Blessings. What up?
Frankie, where was you at yesterday? I had Baba and Gary on the panel.
Yeah, right, man. Yo, I've been
Baba,
going.
Baba was Baba was like, I'm starting to think Frankie and Gary the same person because they never.
He think we AI. That's fucked up. Nah, man. I'm just dealing with a lot of things, man. Life, man. But I didn't even get to see it. Actually, I usually go back and check just to see if I was talking shit, so I can come check y'all. I'm joking. Where? So what happened, man? Y'all tanked up on Gary, man. God bless my brother Gary, man. I hope y'all ain't fucking. I mean, I don't see him here today, so I hope y'all ain't make him go crazy.
Our OG is
Oh,
Steve. What you forgot? He's like, he's Gary from SpongeBob. He inside his little shell right now.
We gonna all be like that soon. Trust me. You're gonna be Gary one day too. Shit.
I already am. Chill. After this accident, I feel like I will die.
Yeah. Just don't take no pills, man. Don't let them give you the pills and say
I
that's
don't
gonna
take.
help you. No, I'm just saying. I'm not saying.
I
I'm
came
not
on live
saying.
a whole bunch of times, yo.
Yeah,
Listen,
you know
when
how
I
they
got
push
my
that.
C-section, when I had my daughter, they gave me these perks, right? They like, yo, you gotta take your medicine. I was like, I ain't doing shit. I walked outside right one day and the staples came out from my stomach. and the little piece of meat came out. I was like, oh,
All right,
they
yeah.
like, you're not gonna
Yeah.
go to the hospital? I was like, nope, I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna patch that joint right back up and I'm gonna keep it pushing. Because all they're gonna do is drug me up and stitch it up.
You know,
Duct
word like
tape
that
over there.
shit. Word
So
like that shit,
we
right? Nigga said duct tape.
real shit. You
Duct
patch
tape
that
on
shit
that
up with a
You know,
little butterfly
oh
stitch.
man, I'm not gonna lie to you. When you said that shit, my stomach turned a little bit, and I know I was thinking, said, "Damn, this nigga word like that shit." Like you just said, a little piece of meat can't
I'm
like
used
that.
to
Just
shit like
yeah, I know.
Listen, mind you, because they tell you can't walk around, you can't do that. But how the heck do you tell a woman that's got, a 6-year?
man, you supposed to have that
I had a
what is that
10-year-old
thing
and a
called?
6-year-old, right? And I just had my daughter, and they're telling me you got to stay still, you can't move around after the C-section. I said, man, this ain't my first C-section. I'm gonna do the same thing I did on the first. Miss Santiago, please don't do that. Okay, I get it. I should have listened a little bit, but y'all not gonna keep telling me you gotta take these drugs, you gotta do this. No, a female with kids, just because I had birth don't mean I'm gonna lay in bed and not attend my kids and do what I gotta do as a woman in my household. If I don't clean, if I don't do this, the house is gonna get dirty. You got me chopped.
No, you acting all tough and shit, but they telling you that's medical advice, man.
Yeah, they're
They tell
telling you
you
for
sit your
reasons.
ass down. It's for a reason, especially when you got some staples and shit in you. But if you bust that shit, bro, you can get septic, you can get an infection quick as hell, man. Especially in your abdomen area. Like getting a C-section, you know what they cut through? They cut through your whole goddamn abdomen, man. They,
Yeah,
bro, they cut through
that
your
shit
muscles
is
and
brutal.
everything, bro.
That shit's brutal. God
Yeah,
bless.
man.
That's
Yeah,
brutal.
man. I healed myself. You got me fucked up. I don't want to be
Hey,
on
hey,
drugs.
Ryder,
These
I seen
females be
niggas.
popping them perks fast as shit as soon as they get them.
Yeah, I
I'm
seen niggas,
good.
niggas be taking bullets out of themselves. Like I heard stories of niggas doing it themselves, like not even going to hospital because they know the police gonna be involved and they try to get
Right.
that shit out themselves.
Yeah.
It's true though. Like when you don't
Yeah,
take
it's
care of
crazy.
yourself during a pregnancy and stuff, they call CPS. They do all this shit. I gotta tell my kids. And
Yeah,
at
I
that time, you
mean,
gotta realize I had at that time I was dealing with the stuff with my son. I just had my daughter. You see where I'm coming from? That's when the whole situation with the lawsuit in the school happened. My son is autistic. So you tell me, when was it that I was going to sit down? When did I ever had a chance to sit down?
that's when the community come in. People step up, and you know
yeah.
what
You
I'm
Yeah,
need
saying. That's
that's
when
it
that's
started
supposed
yeah.
that
to happen.
way.
You need a
That's why
well out
I'm
there.
grateful.
Well, I gotta be there.
Like I'm very blessed.
Just
Like I
like my that's why my son's so attached to me now, because when my wife had her first C-section, she was fucked up. She couldn't do shit. So it
Mhm.
was just me and my son. You know, that's why
Hey,
he's so attached to me now. And
yeah,
like
but
my daughter, right? Shit, my daughter was playing that shit. She wanted that tit. Like she like, I don't care how mommy feels. Give me that tit. My son wasn't. He wasn't
Dead.
really like that. My
But
daughter ain't
hey,
care, man.
how old your
that
daughter were? My fault. How old is
She
your
two
daughter?
now.
Okay,
She
okay.
two now.
got big babies. You got a giant
Two
son.
going on
Oh,
40.
anyway.
Yeah,
Nigga
like she
said two
40
going on
years old.
40. Yeah, my daughter,
Yeah.
yeah, my daughter's 11 with a job. She got a job. She got a interview coming up for a job, and
But
fucking
Frankie,
girl, she
listen,
thinks she grown.
you know that word son is the size of my 8-year-old daughter.
Oh,
Yeah,
Tell him how old
hey,
he a
is your son.
monster, man. My boy's a
Tell
monster.
him,
Like, every
tell him
time,
how old
oh,
is your son.
word. How old's your son?
five.
5.
Every
I
time we
put
go
money.
somewhere, they be like, "How old is he? 8? He about size of a 7, 8 year old, bro. He big
Yeah,
as hell.
my son, he's half Cambodian, right? And the kids in school, I live in a highly populated Cambodian. I live in the second.
You got a tall son.
I live in the second most Cambodian population besides Long Beach. Where I'm at, and my son is like a fucking. Excuse my language, but he's a. Trust me, dude. He's going on 7. That dude grabs you. I always say this, yo. I'm telling you, it's different. I know what you mean by having big boys, man. Trust me, like. If people, he when I get into class pictures, they look like like little thing. Like I'm like, what the hell? This nigga, is he in the right class? Like this nigga's like an NBA player in a fucking, a soccer league or something. Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, we took him to like the kindergarten introduction thing, and it was like they thought my daughter was there for it instead of my son. I'm like, nah. It's like, how old is he? I'm like 5. It's like, oh, he's bigger than everybody there.
Yeah, that's a good thing. That's a blessing.
Because I'm like 6 foot in the quarter or a half or whatever.
You can
And he
take that
passed
out.
my belly button.
Nobody counts the quarters and a half word. You can take that out.
How big
I'm just
was
saying, bro. I'm bigger than 6 foot. I'm a
I
little
how
know.
big
taller.
Hey, listen. If you said that, that
I'm
would have
just
been better.
saying,
You
I'm
know,
a little
adding the
taller than
quarter and
6
an
foot.
eighth inches, that didn't make a
Yeah,
difference.
bro. Hey, give me all mine, bro.
only
Stop
You're
playing,
right.
man.
Yeah, you're right. You know what? You're right. You're right. Give
I
me
want
give me
all
my whole
mine.
right. Okay. Okay, I got you.
Word, how big was your son when he was born?
Huh?
How big was your son when he was born?
He was uh damn, I gotta ask my wife. I know he was like 25 inches, but he was a big boy.
Yeah,
He
like
was
weight
like
wise, probably
9
like
pounds,
7.
9,
Oh
10 pounds.
wow.
I think he was
Nine is big. 9 is big.
like 9. I think he was
Pause.
9 pounds. Let me look at my phone. And I got the picture in my phone. I think he was like 9 pounds, 14 ounces or something like that.
Mhm. Oh,
Yeah,
he was
that's
a
a
little
healthy.
bigger than my son.
Yeah, that's a
He
healthy
was a
baby.
little
9
bigger.
pounds. I think anything above 7 is like average, like standard, if I'm not mistaken. Anything under like 6 is like premature. You know,
Listen,
if
I'm
I'm
not gonna
not.
sit here and lie. I prefer to push a baby out than to see her have a C-section.
Yeah, my wife did both of her pregnancies and that like straight push. And I ain't gonna lie to you though. Uh, Men should watch that. Men should always watch their women. You know, especially if you were. Remember where we were talking about that last time? That's a great thing for men to like
Shit.
to go through that
Oh, really?
experience because yeah, it changes their whole view on that woman and it makes you appreciate her so much more because
Mm-hmm.
you get to see the fact that she's gonna almost die bringing your first or your child into this world, bro. It's a risky thing, you know. And then the transformations, all the different characters that come out. Like I thought she was possessed by Beelzebub.
I'm
I was like,
dead.
yeah, my wife turned into like Satan. She turned to Shaitan. She was like Yakub. She was just everything I wanted. Like she was just going crazy. I was like, what's going on? I thought I was watching like Constantine. You know what I mean? Like this shit's crazy.
My wife is doped up. I know the
Yeah. You
anesthesiologist
know why
and
it's bad for that though,
CRNAs. I'm
word?
like doper. I'm
You know
like
why it's
doper.
bad?
Yes.
You said that? You told him to do that?
Hell yeah.
All right, let me explain
He
something
had
real
a
quick.
I
C-section.
denied it the
Yeah.
first time.
So what happened was when they get the epidural, they end up going numb from the waist down, and they're pushing so much, but they don't realize that they're not pushing enough, and then the baby has to be forced out to a C-section because of the epidural, which is trying to. My wife didn't take none of them. She knew about it from the first because my wife had 2 kids before that, 2 boys, but she
Yeah.
knew about the epidural, and then she said it's very dangerous. Even the nurse was telling her it's very dangerous because
It
what happens
is.
is. Yeah, they keep pushing and pushing through the contractions, and then what happens when they get the epidural into their spine, they go numb from the waist down, and the baby literally is in there, like fighting for itself to get out, and it's almost like a choking. It can suffocate within her, inside of her.
Well, he's not lying.
The only reason
Because
she got the epidural was because she had a C-section.
Yeah, see, that's crazy, bro. That's
Yeah,
God bless.
she had
see,
a
these
C-section.
doctors be trying to play you. Look, listen, I was 17 years old. My son was 9 pounds, right? 4 ounces when I pushed him out, 21 and a half
It's
inches
a
long.
monster.
I pushed him out, right? Listen, when I had him, I went in on Friday. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and I got there. By the time I got to the back, right, today, so they could I could push the baby out. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I got there a little earlier, right? But they said you gotta wait for it to get to 2 centimeters, blah blah blah. So we waited, right? My drum was already broken, but he wasn't coming out. I don't know how to explain that, John. My water broke. I was bleeding and
Yeah.
everything, right?
Yeah,
But
they don't
my
come
son
right out
wouldn't come
because the
out.
water broke. That's just
They can turn
So
inside you. They can come out the other way and all
that's
that. You know that, like
the
baby. Yeah.
he was ready to come out, but he had flipped. So mind you that this one nurse took me to the back. She was like, "You're ready." So they was like, "We don't know what's going on. Your water's broken." It took for an older nurse to get in there, right? Because I'm pushing, and they had to bring the ultrasound in. Oh, your baby flipped on you.
they
We
had to
have to
turn
get
them
you
and
to
shit.
flip again. But they didn't know what to do to get me to flip the baby, right? So I'm pushing. I start bleeding again. She's like, "We have to give you an epidural in Santiago because we have to take you to an emergency C-section." I was like, "I don't want no epidural. I'm keep pushing." She's like, "I can't believe you're sitting here still trying to push this baby, not taking no epidural." I was like, I want to keep trying, right? The doctor said, "You can't keep trying." They injected me with the epidural. This older nurse comes in. She's like, "Hold on, I know what the problem is," right? She's like, "Miss Santiago, let me help you real quick." She's like, "The problem is that you're on your back pushing when your baby is." She looked at the ultrasound thing and she's like, "Look, the baby's leg is stuck in her rib. So what she has to do is
Oh,
turn to the side for a couple minutes and push. Now turn to the other side and push. So that's what helped my son's foot get unstuck from my rib, and I was able to push him. So before that, they had stuck me with the epidural before this nurse came. Mind you, on my second time that I had to go give birth, they told me I couldn't do it. Right. And they said it was because my tunnel was too small. And my son was having a whole asthma attack, so it wasn't time enough. It wasn't enough time for me to sit here and push him. It was he was gonna die, or either he gets stuck in the tunnel. You see where I'm coming from? Because the last time I gave birth, mind you, was like 3 years ago, right? I'm saying, like, it hasn't been that long. She's like, well, your first pregnancy is a little, time distance from each other. I was like, okay, it still hasn't been that long. So I'm over here believing the doctor, right? Mind you, in my third pregnancy, I found out that the reason why I was going through what I went through on my second pregnancy was because of the epidural shot they gave me on my first pregnancy. And I took it at the end because I was scared. Like, they're telling me you emergency
I
C-section.
mean,
I was like, oh, shit.
I take like usually who give you the epidural is the anesthesiologist,
Yeah.
and I just know from experience, like the ones I work with, a lot of the older ones they can do it by feel, but the best way to give an epidural is use the ultrasound to actually pinpoint the site because it's a little space that you put in between the vertebrae. So
yeah, but
it's
say
a
it goes
little
in the
space
spine.
that if
Yeah,
you put it in the wrong spot, you can just fuck some. You can fuck the cushion up between the vertebrae. That's how
you can
people
make a
get stuck
paralyzed.
and
You can
shit.
make somebody
Yeah,
paralyzed, I
you can
think.
paralyze a motherfucker through it. So the best anesthesiologist I seen always, and it only take a second, but it's pride too. Like a lot of the older ones, they don't like doing that. They just, I know where it's at, you know.
But what's crazy? It's not painful to push out a baby. It really
Yeah,
isn't.
What?
fucking right. You
When
lying. Stop lying.
No, it hurt. Like, I don't know how to
You
explain this
turn
shit.
your
No,
cervix turned from a
listen.
grape to a cantaloupe. You telling me
I
that
get
don't
what
you
you're saying.
bugging?
I pushed my first baby out, and if I could show you the
well,
fucking video here, I would. But
I'll
I
be
All right,
cannot
all right.
show
honest with
that
you.
video out because it's
Just
natural
the way
birth.
just the way y'all most people give birth at a hospital, it's the wrong way. That's why they have so many difficulties. You
It
ain't
doesn't.
supposed
Yeah,
to
it's
be
the
laying
water,
on your
right?
back. You're supposed to
You
be in
put
a
the,
squatted position.
yeah.
Like
Oh yeah, that
you
too.
midwife. You're supposed to
How
be in a
about how
squatted
about
position.
Let me tell you what's the most thing that's uncomfortable with the pregnancy when you're pushing the baby out is that pressure, the pressure of the walls opening is very
And that's because
uncomfortable.
your
And
ass
what
ain't
hurts the
in the
most
water. You're
is the
supposed to be
cramp.
in the water. You're supposed to
yep,
give birth to
yep.
the kid in the water. They supposed to go through the water and come up.
Hey, them motherfuckers swim when they come out. Ain't that crazy? Like they know
Yeah,
how to
man.
swim. They niggas,
I
nigga doing
remember,
Michael
bro. I remember
Phelps.
saying that shit as a kid, bro. I
That
remember
shit
saying that shit.
amazed me
My
when I seen
grandma
white
giving
people
birth.
throwing their kids. I
Like,
seen white people
oh
throwing their kids in
shit.
pools at little ages like that. I'd be scared to death.
Yeah,
They,
man.
Yeah.
I was like 5 years old. I remember that shit. I seen it. I remember 3 different times my grandmother, did a
that's
at
crazy.
home birth, and it was always in a pool of water. I remember one time this lady, she had to sit on a stool,
I'm
and
dead.
right when she started squatting, they moved the stool and was holding her up because she couldn't stay up by herself. I remember that, and that's the first time. That was
Wow, she gave birth standing up.
Yeah.
she was
That's
in the
the normal
squatted.
Oh
She
position.
couldn't. She
shit.
wasn't strong enough to stay in the squatted position. She was
Right.
having trouble, and my grandma. I remember her rubbing her belly like I guess she was trying to flip the baby, and they set her on a stool. And right when she pushed, she kind of linked up a little bit, and they moved the stool. And I just remember the baby coming right up.
Ooh. Yeah, when the baby comes out, it's like once they get it, and here it comes. Once they say here he comes, it's like a whole like procedure. Like it's like the slime, the first the percent and all that shit, right? I don't even remember how it went. It was
Funny
just
as shit.
crazy.
I'm dead.
Hey, quick question though. I don't want to change the subject. Where what was because I seen logic doesn't trump emotion, and my mind automatically thought Trump was in the title, but yeah, I know that wasn't
Oh,
it. So I'm not gonna go
Oh
there, but I just want to know a little bit about Gary. What was like the dialogue or the discussion that you had with Gary? Because I want to know.
no, we was just chilling. I don't even
Okay,
know what we was
okay,
talking about.
okay,
Mella
cool,
came
cool.
up. We was just chilling. Now it wasn't
Okay,
nothing
they was
crazy.
funny yesterday. They was
okay.
funny
As
as
long as
hell.
as long as you guys wasn't starting my man, like that's all I was making sure. I got a good question for you too. Where I always like these questions, but I wait till you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, so this is one I just thought about, and it was like I kind of googled it too, but it still didn't have a definitive answer. But what was the complexion of Adam and Eve?
Depends what book you reading out of.
You see, because they say Jesus is what Jewish, right? He was Abrahamic. He was from
Yeah.
Judea, right? So what
Mhm.
color? I mean, what when like what would be then? What would be their nationality or their complexion? Like that's something so weird to me. Like what you know what I mean? They're gonna say they're dark skinned because they were in the middle of the equator or whatever. You know that whole Garden of Eden thing. But honestly, like why they never mentioned in the Bible was specifics. You know what I mean? Why they couldn't say what Adam and Eve, what their skin
You
color
gotta
was,
think
what their
about it.
hair.
I mean, you gotta think about it too, bro. The people who was writing the Bible, skin complexion didn't mean a lot to them like it mean to us, bro.
Right, but they put hair of
They
wool and all
probably
that. They
you
put hair
you
of wool
you
and
got
skin of bronze, right? They put skin of bronze
that
and
that
hair
was
of
in
wool.
that was in the what you call it? That was in Revelation. Now even when you're thinking about that, you gotta think about this person, um fiery eyes. They were creating an image. They never read the Bible. They never did that, bro. That was one of the first time they ever created an image of a person. Man. People don't even take that in consideration. There's a reason why they did that. But it was predicated on the people. That was their savior. That was who was coming back to
Who the
redeem
Messiah?
all the. Yeah, that was
Yeah,
their
they
savior.
had
That
many
was coming
messiahs
back
though.
to
There was like
avenge
probably
them.
nine. Yeah, there was nine messiahs before the Jesus Messiah. You know that, right? There was many messiahs before that. They were still waiting for.
Not not in Abrahamic faith, but everybody had a Messiah at that time.
Right, well,
Buddha was a Messiah.
yeah, from what I heard that word Messiah wasn't even like that was. I think
Sent messenger. I mean, what ordained by
Augustus
God.
Caesar. Yeah, Augustus Caesar was named the Messiah. He was also a Messiah, right or wrong.
Yeah, yeah. But if I'm not mistaken, I have to look at for the actual definition of Messiah. That I mean, you got to look at when they wrote it in Aramaic because they all get
Yeah,
they different
yeah. When you do that
understanding.
though,
You know
I
what
know
I'm
what you're
saying?
saying. When you do that though, is I only ask you because I like the way you can bring into your logic, like your because when you do like it, well, this religion or that word or this translation or the etymology, that shit fucking makes it more not no respectfully, but I'm not saying you, but it's the way you got to do your homework. But I understand. I just be wanting somebody
Yeah.
like maybe it could be this, like what would be a maybe thought, like. Because when you get to the point with the book and the Bible, it's like, damn, nigga, I gotta go searching. You know what I mean? I understand.
Because you got to look at the mindset of the writer, bro. I mean, to
Yeah,
really
but
convey what
the
the
book to
person
me,
is
is like great stories. It's like parable. It's not even really. I don't
written
want to be rude to
poetic, bro.
anybody,
The New
huh?
Testament is written in a poetic fashion, bro. I
Right,
mean,
right,
if you read
exactly. Like
this, it's like poetry, man.
the Old Testament and New Testament are two different gods. First of all, they're two different
Yeah,
gods.
you talk about Jesus and the Elohim or Yahweh. They're two different
Yeah.
gods.
Which is still controversial with Yahweh. You know what I mean? Like, but then
Man,
like.
that's a whole different story, bro.
Yeah. And then one other thing, right?
Because
So, and last one to add on to my question. I'm complicated. So, if Adam and Eve were the first, if Adam was God's first son, right, and God had to use Mary Magdalene to bring forth Jesus, right? Would that not make Adam Jesus' father? Like, if they are descendant, if Mary Magdalene was or Mary whatever her name, whatever the fuck she was, excuse my language, if she was a descendant of Adam and Eve, right? Which we probably all are if they go by the book, right or wrong. And wouldn't that make Adam Jesus' father?
not father. How would it be his father? Great, 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 great,
Well,
great, 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 great
even
granddaddy.
then. Okay, makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just checking. You know what I mean? I'm just seeing if you know what I mean. I'm just seeing. I like throwing shit out there sometimes. See what because I don't know everything, and I sometimes I get interesting things in my head. And I'm like,
Earth
nah,
Day.
yeah. Salute, man. Salute.
Shout out to Earth Day, man. Yeah, Earth
Yeah,
Day.
shout out.
I was hoping to
Said,
get into conversations with Earth Day one day. I'm gonna have to be found your way over here, sis. More than welcome to hit the link anytime. We just talking. We just talking. I usually have a topic and then we get to talking about anything.
can I ask you how you feel about those riots? If that's not too political.
I feel I mean, I feel a way and then I think a way. You know what I'm
Yeah, that's
saying?
true.
Like I don't really care. I have no
No,
emotional
that's how
attachment
real
to it. Like
we're very
when I look at it,
apathetic.
when I look at it, bro, I'll be like, man, that shit. But then when I think, man, it's that shit go, bro. That shit it can go way left or it can go right.
Yes, there you
But
go.
that shit can go
I
way
know
left,
exactly
bro.
what you
You brought
mean.
700
Yes.
Marines in, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
2000
bro, that
National
shit,
Guard, 700 Marines, bro. 2000
bro. I
National
can't
Guard.
remember. Like National Guard, that's normal to get deployed on U.S.
Yeah,
soil.
but
I
that's under the
personally,
martial law. That's under martial law. You know that,
yeah,
right?
but but bro, I don't know when it was a time they brought Marines onto. Bro, they didn't even call it Army.
Nineteen
They
fifties. I think
call
they talked about it. They said 1950 was the
they,
last time that they called them into the city.
bro, they ain't even called it Army, bro. They called it Marines, bro. That's
Yeah,
a
that's
whole horse of a
different.
different
That's some,
color,
yeah,
man.
yeah,
That
that's
shit hit
some,
different, bro. Like, so I mean, that shit can go way left or it can go right, man. I mean, I don't see the purpose of protesting without boycotting. I think they
yeah.
should go hand in hand. That's how it's effective. And I don't believe in all that destroying shit. And bro, I ain't
So,
throwing no rocks at no motherfuckers to get guns. I'm straight. I
yeah,
ain't that
yeah,
fucking brave,
that's
bro.
fucking crazy. Like you throwing
I
rocks
ain't
at
that
tanks.
brave,
That's
bro.
crazy shit. But the
I ain't
reason why
that
I say
brave, and I
the
ain't
reason
trying to
why
be around nobody to do that shit.
Yeah, I'm not even trying to be there recording. There's so much people just standing there recording like they can't get hit with one of them shits. Like you bugging, bro. Like this is it worth that much to get this? I understand we need to see it firsthand, but nigga, you risking your life when there's 400 police officers walking up to you with pepper guns and you know what I mean, tear canisters, shooting them shits like at projectiles at the same speed as a bullet. You know what I mean? Like you think you're not gonna get hurt if you get hit with that shit?
Man. I ain't gonna
But
be going down there with motherfuckers got their shit and I ain't got mine. So there's no purpose in me
yeah,
going down there. You know,
but
they got a fucking military. I just got me. I'm
yeah,
good,
yeah,
bro. I
yeah.
rather just. I believe to be effective and efficient when people piss you off is to hit their motherfucking pockets,
Right,
hit their
right.
money, bro, hit their line.
Especially
Okay,
a corporation like
hell yeah,
America.
bro.
Yeah, 100% is the
Yeah,
best way
bro.
to get them money. But then again, how much
Don't
value is the money and they're making it? You know what I mean? Like this easy for you know what I mean? Like they could just make up a whole fiscal year and just be like, yeah, this is what you know what I mean? Like these people
they
play
can
they
look, bro. If you don't participate with these people, bro, they don't make their money. If you ain't going to work, it ain't just spending money, bro. Like think about this, bro. You really pissed off about the way shit doing. You want these companies to take a side. Stop going in them bitches. Stop working and see what happens.
but this
I
is
remember
I
when we walked away. It was 2,000 hospital staff members that walked out. Man, next day we came in there. They was like, "What y'all was asking for? We gonna give y'all 2 more%. We're gonna up that shit."
I understand
Like
that part,
when
but if you got your car on the line and you know mortgage is 2 months late, like you ain't trying to miss no work for you know I'm like honestly speaking, like just being honest, like your kids is on a like you got a whole different agenda, like you gotta run, you know, and everything is tight. You working, you know, JOB is just above over broke, you know what I mean? Like nowadays America job ain't shit, nigga. Like you gotta have four of them bitches, you know what I mean?
but see, that's how they put
And
you.
a hustle.
That's how they make you dependent, bro. And
There
like
you
even
go.
back in the
That's the
day,
key
bro.
word.
I,
That's the key word.
our ancestors, bro, they was willing to sacrifice shit for things to make them comfortable. They was willing to be uncomfortable now to be comfortable later. People don't think like that no more. Let me be uncomfortable now. Let me do what I need to do to
Yeah,
make
yeah, the sacrifice
this
is
change
crazy,
so
you're
it'll be
right.
better. You know, I
Right.
look at it as an investment. I don't even use that term. Just to, if you want to say trick my mind, I don't even use the word sacrifice. I use investment because I'm gonna get something later out of it. So I'm not just because if like if you spend money now, right, investing in something, right, like the word investment, the way we conceive it, you know, it ain't no turnaround. You know, that should take a year or two, 3 years, so it actually appreciate and you gain the
Right.
value. That's why it's called an
Long
investment.
term.
Yeah. But we live in a microwave society when we want instant results. So if we don't see the shit coming tomorrow, most people ain't willing to go through it. If you
That's
tell
crazy.
people like, look, we gotta suffer for a year for the next 5 years, we flourish. How many people were willing to go through that shit
Yeah,
with you.
none of them. Not too many of them. And I think within the last 80 years, the last 80-year generation, like those people literally suffered more than probably 50 or 60 years of living life on this planet without nothing to do. There was no big boom going on. They were living in a dust bowl. You know what I mean? Like those people really, like even through slavery and through, well, let me say slavery, just the civil rights movement, right? Let's just take that in America.
Yeah.
Like how hard was that for the last 40, 50 years that those people had to deal with, and how much shit they sacrificed with that word sacrifice? Because you could say investment. I understand that's a great word because it eases the mind. You know what I mean? But sacrificing was kind of what they did because they gave up. They could have been that the other tap dancer or the other, you know what I mean? They could have been that, you know, but they really sat it out and said, you know what? We're not going to take scraps. Even if we starving, we're not going to take nothing. You can't give us nothing that we, you know what I mean? We, you know, and that's a whole fucking, that's crazy because these people take that so for granted right now, you know? Like nowadays, people feel entitled, you know, and it's not like that. People fought and died for the shit we have.
Blessings, Earth Day. The link is in the chat if you want to
Shout out everybody in the chat.
down.
Yeah, but you know that question I asked you about was what was Adam's complexion? You know, I know it probably is like a simple answer to it, but to me, is I never really heard that ever discussed. You know, like that's one thing. Like you know, they'll breeze right by that.
I'll give you the simplest answer. What was he made from?
Dirt.
There you go.
Yeah. There you go. I know. That's very, very metaphorical.
He wasn't made from no sand. He wasn't made from no white willow or no weed or nothing. Like he was made from roots. So that's where you get the term human. Like if you, bro, we go through that whole
human, right? I know somebody that he was the color of the skin, right?
You read backwards, and mankind is a kind of man, bro. Like we read one way, the rest of the world read another way. These words, like we talked about how the words are spelled, bro, and that's why you have so many words that are same or similar phonetically, right? But when you say wheat, what are you talking about?
When you say wheat, like WHEAT, you talking about shades of wheat, right?
No, when we say wheat, like we wheat, like a wheat.
Okay, I got you now. I
thought I misheard. Add into it. You add weak into it. You know, you weaken it. Weakening.
Yeah. It's always a play of words. Yeah, you're right.
Even the words spelled backwards.
And be less. You know, bless is like be less. You know, be less.
Be less. Yeah. And that's when you start breaking words down to syllables, that's where you get the understanding because when you really look at the etymology of words, bro, that's when you get into like the grammatic, and you get into the Latin, and you get into the Greek, because each syllable has its own meaning that creates the functionality of the word. So when you are saying words with like 2 syllables, it's 2 concepts. When you look how language was developed, right? Now check this out. So in Hebrew, each character has a meaning. So when you look at a Hebrew word, each letter has its own meaning, and those characters put together creates a concept. This is how language was developed over time. We don't do that no more. We got A is A. It has a sound I, or that's what we think. That's how they got us thinking, but it's way deeper than that because the rules never changed. They just simplified it.
That's why they say words of spirits. You know, when they say words of spirits, it's because what we're really saying we don't really understand. And you know, when we put it together, we putting spells and cursing each other without even really knowing. We're trying to speak in the language. The English language is very tricky. That's what it is, man. If you ask me, it's the English language. Like it's just that language is so divisive. The word, you know,
live on that. The creation of the English language. I got a couple books, man, and they verify, and that shit'll fuck you up, bro. One of these books costs $600, bro.
The letter J, I heard the letter J didn't exist till the 1500s. You know what I mean? Like, which is crazy. Like,
oh shit, it was a couple letters, bro.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure, but I'm just saying, like, because I always learn. When people say Jesus in the Bible, I'm like, nigga, the letter J wasn't there. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
Yeah, it wasn't there. And I was, man, somebody was trying to debate me on, I was trying to explain to them there's a difference between a translation and a transliteration. This is why I say sometimes I had difficulty talking to people because it's like the comprehension, and when people just want to be right, they don't take the time to listen to what I'm saying, and that shit is frustrating because it's like a waste of my
Narcissist.
time. That's
Narcissist.
how I feel.
Yeah, word. You call me a narcissist on the lower the last line, motherfucker. That was like a shot. I caught myself. Oh, this nigga just slapped me. Nigga pin slapped me with the glove. Like touche.
Bro, I had to fuck with you. I knew you was gonna come in here. Anytime I sit on the couch,
That
you
was
was doing
good. That was
nothing.
good.
Come on, go eat. Come down. Let's go eat, man.
Yeah, but that would be a great live to break down the origins of the English language, you know. And
Bro, I gotta go
even
get these. I gotta go get my. I gotta go to storage and get my. I ain't get my shit out of storage yet. 'Cause, yeah, I moved from a house to an apartment, so and I'm back in the
yeah,
house. So
that hurts because now a lot of shit stays in storage for a while till you get placed for it. You know what I mean?
yeah, and I got to pray for it and shit. That bit probably
You got to
sound.
get them shits digital now, man. Even though some books you can't even get them like that, like joints that you had that are old school, but you got to get everything on digital now, like PDFs.
Can't do it, bro. I tried. Like new book. I know I still buy books. My wife just bought me like that. Like I love books, bro. I don't know. It's just the process. I guess I'm used to. Like flicking through the pages, highlighting shit.
Yeah, it's just the whole
Circling, like,
aesthetics. The aesthetics of the
yeah,
it's
man.
just
That's
that.
just the way I function, bro. I got to do that. That's how I learn, man. That's how I get. Um, yeah, that's how I learn. So I have to go through that process, and it's like relaxing. That shit is therapeutic, man. Like reading is therapeutic. But now I got to
Are
get the
you
big print books and shit. Yeah, the books I get now got to be
are you
big.
one of the people that read and you could put yourself in the place of the story?
Yeah, yeah, I do that. I like everything around me just shut down, and I be into the book. And it's like, yeah, it should be like a movie as I'm reading.
I always had
Like,
that
all
gift.
that
I could
shit
do
go
that.
over my head.
I could put myself in the move in the book, or I could feel what the author was trying to translate, like what emotion he was trying to make you feel. You know, like I could understand like what he was thinking when he was writing. I kind of try to do that. You know what I mean? Like why would he say that like this instead of saying it like that? You know what I mean? If that makes sense. Even with
Hey,
you,
do me a
sometimes
favor.
with you, sometimes when you talk.
My bad, bro. I was
No,
about
you
to say
could
I'm
get.
about to step out. I'm on a porch real quick, so if somebody pop up, just put it in the back chat so they tell me, or put it in the chat. Somebody will tell me. I ain't
I
gonna be out
don't
here
know
too
how
long.
you could tell. I don't think we could tell.
No, if it'll pop up, like if they type in the back chat,
Oh, okay.
you'll
Yeah, you're
see
right.
private
100%.
chat.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, but that's crazy, man. I don't know, man. Remember a couple months ago when we had those big drone things that was going on in Jersey and all over, and people couldn't understand what was
Yeah.
going on. See, now this is me trying to put one and two together, and it's like I'm thinking like that shit was all a test run, right, for what's going on right now. That's what we're gonna be seeing coming soon, right? Is these fucking unmanned because they're already trying to implement curfews now. They just gonna make it look like they don't got no control, and the best thing to do is to put AI involved with this shit, and that's what they're gonna do with the you know what I mean? 'Cause they already got little delivery robots in LA and shit delivering. You know what I mean? Rolling through the streets. You seen them shits? They delivering pizzas and all that shit. They like robots. I'll be like that. I believe they're gonna make that the first smart city, man. I promise you that. That's what these fires was all about. Last 2 years, whatever. I think this is all like setting it up for a big. It's they gentrifying Skid Row. You know what I mean?
Right, bro. It's part of the conditioning and the conditioning and the hey, why can't I think of the other word right now? Desensitizing.
Programming. Oh yeah, desensitized. Yeah.
Desensitizing. You get conditioned to one thing and desensitized to the other. It's a process, bro. They know how to implement that shit effortlessly now. It's easy.
Yeah.
Most people
This is
cheat, but
all
most people don't
emotional
even think
impulse. You're right. Everything is emotional impulse. Like
mm-hmm.
that nigga in the news, the commercial on TV, the advertisement is all. Sometimes you see commercials they have nothing to do with the fucking brand. You're like, what that shit didn't make no sense, but I want one, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, she said she about to hit the link. Hold on. Let's see. I got to give somebody else access to my phone. There you go. I hear it.
Yeah, but
There you go.
if salute Earth Day, salute.
What up, though, Earth Day? What up, though?
Blessings, big sis. Blessings.
Riders for Life, the word. First of all, I don't even know and really not understanding how the algorithm went to you, the word. But I went deep into meditation today. Okay. I went into different chats today. Let me just start. Salute to the chat. Being where I wanted to go and where I need to be. Riders for Life was saying a few things when I came in the algorithm and hit your chat. Because we already know where I'll be, right? Okay, so
Mhm.
nobody's live. I'm like, okay, well, I'm about to lay down. Let me see who's live. You came up in my algorithm. So that was like different. But then I seen that she was, I seen her face. I'm like, oh, Riders for Life was just in Shots Out to Miss Your Thoughts. And she was there. So I'm like, okay, if she's over here, then I feel like it's safe. It's a safe space to be able to speak and be
Yeah,
free,
you gonna get along with word. He's spiritual, just like you. He's a 9.
Thank you, Commander. Exactly. So, like, I'm only trying to travel in this energy of YouTube, which we all have learned. And I'm pretty sure all of us, because I'm going to be held accountable for mistakes that I've made, right? On here, because this is something I've never experienced. We all are learning. But at the same time, the Most High is going to lead us to where we need to be if that's where we're headed.
Right.
You
I
guys have
believe
said,
we switch radio frequencies every day, and sometimes when we get to that right station, you know what I mean, like a little soul jazz or something, like we don't, we just gotta get locked in. Once it resonates, once you find it, you find it. You belong there, because you ain't supposed to be here. You said right, and you here. So yeah, your body, your inner
no,
self
I'm
was.
supposed to be here
I know,
because
yeah. Well, correction. You wouldn't expect yourself to be here, right? You said you didn't know till he popped up in your algorithm, right?
yes, like
Yeah.
this
So
is
yeah,
what I manifested and
yeah. The universe
truly,
is talking to you. Yeah.
truly put my third vertebrae all the way from my chakras, my several chakras,
Oh yeah, the word gonna love you.
all the way from
You know,
what's there, like
and look,
literally having y'all run away from, not you, not y'all. I'm not saying, guess who? I don't know who, but I know it's not us. I'm talking about the ones that are not awakened. Then you're speaking about what's going on out here. Then she's speaking about labor and the hardship of that. I wish you never would have got that epidural. Yes, stand up
Wow,
and
that's
water
real.
is the best way of having natural birth. I am right now with my gifted child that will be 14. Was the worst labor. Had a cesarean, and I was a soldier, and I have 3 children. Never got an epidural because I'm afraid of needles. I don't never know as a child while I was, but now I know it was the poison.
Mm.
Facts. Unless it's your backup.
Yeah.
See, when you learn and
and
know who
see,
you are,
and see,
you can.
right? Like Earth Day was kind of like you. Like I've been seeing Earth Day around. A couple opportunities I had to jump on panel and rap with it. Like Selena panel, I was about to jump on it, but I got the kids. So, but yeah, I've been, just waiting, and I just knew one day, she'll find her way over here. We, get into dialogue. Um, so I'm happy that day is now, and that's dope. That's fly.
When it was meant. Um,
Yeah.
my numbers are 44444. I'm Forrest all the way around. I'm born April 22nd, 1978. I'm just Forrest. But there's a secret about me that has a lot of fives, which we're in right now. And a lot of people are not aware of that. We're no longer in 3, we're in 5. So there are numbers that I deal with. I deal with planets, tarot, because we are so connected to everything. They have separated so much to have us delusional about things. It's sad, and I'm like out of this world. A lot of people don't really get me. They don't.
I think all of us fit in that category, so that's a good thing. You're in the right spot because we're all like,
Over
I
here,
mean, we're the imperfections of perfection. Whatever they would consider, we're the ones that stand out.
we we got a saying over here: we perfectly imperfect.
Right.
I am not up for debate on whatever. If you believe in a religion, still, that is your choice. There's only one law in the universe that we live in, but that is not for me to push you or make you understand, because there were so many overstatements, understatements that we've learned. Hence to why we're here now. So it's like what we're dealing with when it comes to the alleged riots that's happening out here. I think I'm about to just challenge myself and go where
Are you in LA, Earth Day? Are you in LA
I'm
or are you
10 minutes from downtown,
Oh, you
bro.
see. Talk that talk though. Is it
Ain't no
really looking
smoke.
like what the
But
news
when,
is making
when
it?
we were
Is it
burning in Palisades, that was real.
okay?
Because I was in Torrance. That was real. In 2020, when they had these fires like going towards Las Vegas and stuff, allegedly, let's just say Earth Day is just crazy. Let me just
Nah,
put
you
y'all in.
on point. You on
This is
point.
factual. I'm saving his channel. That's why I'm saying it like this. Let's just say that they really manipulate the weather
Are you talking about harp?
and the chemtrails.
You talking?
That's not even a conspiracy. That's real. What up, nines?
Commander Salute. What
But
up,
they're
man?
ready to take you down for that. They'll be
Yeah,
ready
yeah,
to
yeah. You,
say,
yes.
You
I
are
wish people
commander
will
on the
pull up the
panel.
definition of conspiracy. I wish people will pull up the words that come and spew out their mouth. I was taught the worst thing on your body is your tongue. So be careful what comes out of it. Keep your mouth closed. Let me think you stupid. Don't open it and make me sure.
I like how she put that. That's cool.
That's why I'm quick to listen and slow to talk.
Well, most people they don't even want to hear the evidence, see the evidence, look at the research. Like, not even when you've done it for them, and you're like, look,
Cognitive dissonance.
it's like,
hmm
okay, you're blinded.
It's a
You're
disorder, you know. You shatter their foundation. They don't nah. They ain't not me. Shit, you ain't gonna lie to
you're
them. Nah.
completely
I
brainwashed.
know there's a Santa Claus. I got gifts last year on the 25th. You know what I mean? That type shit.
Yeah, they don't want to
So
hear
I'm
nothing
dead.
else.
I don't have PTSD. I'm not bipolar. I don't have none of that. I'm
Hey, can I
tripolar.
ask you something? Do you
Don't
drink?
try.
Do you drink or smoke maybe a little bit, like once in a while, on
Mhm.
occasions? Okay.
Yeah,
We all do. I do too. So I'm just
yeah,
asking. Just so I get a better feel
most
of who you are.
definitely.
Okay.
I said
That's
that
what's
on
up.
panel.
Wait, do you smoke Reggie or you smoke Za? I need to know that.
Now you just confused me.
Okay, do you smoke? If you, I actually, if you smoke, do you smoke bud maybe once in a while, maybe a little bud?
Yeah,
No.
yeah,
All right. So what I'm saying when I say this is the lingo for New York shit, right? When we say Reggie, that means you smoking the shit with the season and the stem still. Like when we
oh
say the
hell no!
za,
I'm in here
okay,
like
okay. So you
I'm
smoking
Italian.
za. Okay, yeah, we got a za smoking. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
we're good. We're here. We rocking.
You
When
could
I
have just
was
said
going out
exotic.
of state, I
We
went
don't
out of
fuck.
state.
We don't fuck with Reggie. If you smoking Reggie, we're gonna think you're
Yeah,
crazy. Yeah, you can't talk like that and
yeah,
smoke Reggie. Nah.
Can I ask
yeah.
y'all a question?
What?
Who smokes Reggie anymore?
Oh no, there's a
I
lot.
don't
There's a lot
smoke
of people in the
Reggie
world.
or Za. I'm the only one, I think.
Yeah, I mean that's good for you. Stay innocent. Don't join this side of the life, man. It's crazy on this side because you got to balance better. You know,
Listen, I'm like my
it's a
ancestors, right?
Commander
I'm
probably be taking
indigenous. I
dummy.
put the kush in the air and I see the spirits, all right?
nah, but you can't be putting cushion in the air with the big C's in it, popping, smelling like Barbie hair burning. No, we don't do that no more.
We don't smoke Reggie. See, we talking
Okay,
about
I'm just
kush.
saying. Not you.
Kush
Yeah,
and
see,
Reggie are two
Kush. Yeah,
different
Kush could work.
things.
You could get away with some platinum Kush, some PK. I ain't mad at that.
I stand with the original. I grow my own shit. That's what people
Yeah,
fail to
see, you gotta be
realize.
dangerous. I grow bud too. You gotta be dangerous, man. When you grow outdoors.
I grow my own shit. I got my little indoor lamps and
Okay,
everything.
okay,
I can't
okay.
grow that
Yeah, so you
outside.
got you
We're
got
in
a
Philly.
high light bill. That's what we know. I know that for a
I
fact. Your
got to
light
be
bill
like a
crazy.
thief in the night, like, oh, wait a minute, let me pop a seed
Man,
in the
y'all
dirt.
wow, y'all done turned the discussion to
I
bud.
like to
No, my fault. I just want to know. Well,
also join in with the
my bad
chat
word. My bad word.
of the
I wasn't trying to
word.
be human with it, but yo,
Someone said
salute, man.
something
I'm gonna
in your
drop down.
chat.
I'll be in the chat.
No, y'all cool. Y'all cool. Shit, I'm
Wait, why
smoking
did I
mine. Y'all
leave?
Why did
talking.
he drop down? I mean, we're
Somebody
having a
correct me
cool
where you go.
conversation.
Yeah, Brady,
Why
why
did
you
he mess up
drop?
the
Shit, I'm
vibe and the
smoking while you
energy?
talking.
Blame
I
it on
got
the
some shit.
Za.
I got some pumpkin latte. You probably ain't even heard of that, bro.
Blame
I
it on
fuck
the
with
Za, the Za,
factories
the
up
Za,
here.
Za.
I don't grow myself. I got people
Hey,
to
look,
do it.
y'all know what's crazy? Like in the early 90s, like in Canada, they used to have these magazines, right? We used to get out here,
My
and that's
times.
before we knew about like the purple and the orange. And I'm like, what
Uh,
is we had chocolate tie out here in the 90s, okay?
yeah,
So we
chocolate
didn't have
tie.
nothing. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was
Shit, y'all
like,
had a monkey paw. Y'all wasn't fucking with that monkey paw and the
no, we
Acapulco
didn't have
gold.
that. No, no, the
See,
word. We
we
didn't have
like,
that.
cause I'm in
Frankie, come
Detroit.
back. Stop playing, Frankie. Come back.
No, I'm right
We still
above
talking
Canada.
exotic.
So yeah,
Frankie
they used
Yeah.
about
to
to
have the
get
exotic.
Frankie, I'm roasting you.
Then you
They
have to
used to bring them
understand how the
exotic.
legal things and what they implemented out here and all of the stuff that was going on with the OJs and all of that and the three strikes.
Yeah,
Who, if you're not black, don't vote. Yeah, all of that bullshit that y'all all of a sudden, you ignorant. Shouts out to Don. What's his name? Dan Keller. Shouts out. Like, I get so much information from different places. Some things I might not agree with, but I can still take knowledge. Like, I don't judge people with their points and views.
Roger Moore
Does that
said,
make any sense?
somebody
hmm
in the chat, Roger said, there are still no reported cases of Za overdose.
Roger, that's Big Mick. Is that
Oh,
Big
what up,
Mick?
Big Mix?
Oh, big mix. I'm good.
He must he in Commander chat. Yeah. I mean Commander. He over in Ryder's chat. Yeah, man. A lot of that, like that people. I remember, like when I first started doing real estate, I was connecting with all these older white people who lived in a suburb right above Detroit, and all of them had stories about the riots, and it fucked me up because these white people telling me, like, man, it was white people burning the building down, and that damn movie came out like not too long after that about the Detroit riots, and they were showing that shit, and I'm like, damn, like, so I mean, that shit wild, like how, and people don't want to accept that shit, like, man. How they expose how the government put crack into these neighborhoods, man. People don't want to talk about that shit, man.
Snowfall.
Yeah, man.
Oh
That shit.
shit.
I
Exactly.
remember, like to y'all hear of BMF, right? But if you look up YBI, it was another gang on the east side of Detroit. It's called Young Boys Incorporated. Like my family, like my stepdad family, came from that group. And the shit I seen, like, bro, they was getting crates of guns dropped off and shit. Like man, yeah, they was getting crates dropped off, like in the hood. That shit wild.
Did you see in LA in the riots or whatever they're protesting, there was pallets of cinder blocks, like 4 pallets of
Like it
cinder
was in
blocks.
2020, allegedly.
Like who brought that?
Yeah.
Who paid for that and had that shipped there?
Ooh. Huh. Good question.
That's what I'm saying. Like, man, I ain't about to be out there protesting, and you out there protesting, and somebody start
Yeah.
throwing shit, and then you get nah, man. I ain't got time for that shit. That ain't me. I ain't everybody built for different things. I ain't built for that shit.
If
I
y'all
boycott with you.
seen, I don't want to say her name. Shouts out to KP that she was trying to get in ISIS. If y'all
Oh
seen her,
wow, that's
do
wild.
y'all know the little and what she does? I literally stayed in Watts for like maybe 6 years, like nothing for the school board, nothing.
Wait, what? Say, come. I'm lost. Tell me.
I'm like talking in codes because I don't want people channels. That's how
You
I
think she
am.
was a part of that?
I know she was, and I know she's
Oh
not
wow.
doing shit.
Oh wow. I know somebody that wanted to. Well, he got rejected from the military, and then he wanted to go join that. He didn't actually end up doing it, but he was really serious about it.
She's
And
doing
yeah, it's
nothing.
crazy.
Every time it's about riots. Think about it. 2020 with the what was his name? The one that was crying, the young Caucasian guy. Kyle, is that his name?
Oh,
The
Kyle
YouTuber?
Rittenhouse.
Oh,
Okay, so do y'all remember when OB was in office and they had the school thing? It start with an
Mm-hmm.
S.
Mm-hmm.
What if I showed y'all a picture that looks like the little boy that was deleted? That looks exactly like him. Welcome to fake news.
but we all have doppelgangers, though. You know.
That's not a doppelganger, sweetheart. I can honestly tell you it's not. So
I
I
just
will
don't
say,
know what to believe
Leslie,
is true anymore. Like,
yeah,
with
I know.
AI and everything, and like,
Exactly.
you don't know.
So who are we looking at?
Now I'll tell you this. Anything I accepted this a long time ago. Anything that's on television, that shit is
Shall I?
programming. Bro. Anything that's on television is programming. Anything projected into the media source is programming. That shit is. People be like, I was just listening. I'm telling my wife, like, man, chill out. Cause she thought about, I feel bad for this. The riot going on. I feel bad. There's some lady going across the sea trying to give aid to Gaza. She like, I feel like that's the whole point of all this shit, man. Stop
Yeah.
getting emotionally attached to this shit, man. Look at
There's
it for
always
what it
something to
is.
feel bad about. It's always
Yeah, man.
something,
Feel
right?
bad about yourself. I don't even feel bad about myself, bro. I'm straight. This shit don't do nothing for me.
I mean, I feel
But
bad for
that,
some of the people that have come and like, created a life for themselves, and maybe they've been here for a decade or two. But the thing is like, once you cross that border illegally, you know that that's the risk. Like, that's a
this,
risk you're taking.
this the thing. This is the thing. This is the trap right here, bro. This is the trap. When you feel bad about something, you can't do nothing about it. That's
Yeah.
that's how they get you to ruminate on that emotion, and that shit translates into other parts of your life, bro. That
Please
shit
don't
ain't, and
allow
it's some
yourself
shit
to
that ain't
feel
got
that,
nothing to do.
sweetheart.
Yeah, that shit ain't got nothing to do with you, but that shit affecting your life. You can't do nothing about it. So
Well,
you just
police
feel.
brutality, all that stuff really gets to me. When children are harmed, like all that really gets to me. But I
Well,
gotta breathe.
instead of letting it affect you emotionally, like this is what I do. If I can do something about it, then I do something about it. If I can't, then I can't.
Yeah,
And that's how I get at it. But feeling a certain type of way and holding on to that shit, nah. That's how they get you, man.
it's not good for your health.
No, it's not, man. Emotion. I told y'all that emotions release different chemicals in your body. Just like Frankie talked about, watching them scary movies, building all that cortisol. I mean, just that sad, that anxiety, all that shit, man. That shit release
Yeah.
chemicals in your body. Your body become addicted to them chemicals, and you need that hit. Just like if it was crack, bro. You need that hit again. That
There
I
was a
told you I was an
YouTuber.
adrenaline junkie. So I
There was,
used to give the freaks just to feel that butterfly effect in my stomach. I used to
Yeah.
enjoy that shit.
Listen, what in the world did they put in the crack nowadays, man? I ain't tell you where yet, man. They broke into my fucking. You listen, I was cleaning yesterday, man, and All I know is I hear a boom, boom. I had to run into my living room, right, to strap up, right. Go back into the kitchen, fucking crackhead. Kicked my stove in, kicked my door in first from the backyard. He then kicked in the shed door that leads to the kitchen. Then tossed my stove over, broke
You
half the
already know how
John.
I can get.
Listen,
Well,
no,
was
but
it that trend, or was he trying to break in, or was it that
he
trend
was
where they go bang
fucking
bang and then they take off?
fried. He was
Oh Lord,
fried.
he didn't
But
know what he
Yeah.
was
listen,
doing.
in Philly,
He
you
thought he
have to
was
give a
ice.
no. In Philly, you have to give a warning. So I'm saying, listen, and when I
You
ran
petty as
into
hell.
and when I went into the kitchen, right, the bull and half his body was covered by the stove. Everybody's like, "Why you ain't shoot? Why you ain't shoot?" I was like, "I didn't." First of all, I have to give the damn warning. Second of all, my kids was in the house. Third of all, I would have before I shot the gun, I would have grabbed the damn knife from the sink. And I'm like, "Y'all don't
Girl,
get it."
that's what I was about to say. Like, all you had to do was, it was
He's a
okay.
crack kid. Once I seen what
He
it
was on
was,
zombie monster mode.
no, but
He was
listen, you know what's
zombie
the
out.
funny part is, right? Like, even though I got a good glimpse of him, when once I raised my hand up and I said, "Get out," I screamed that shit twice, right? And I screamed for my kids. He's like, "Oh shit. I've never seen a crackhead run like fucking Sonic the Hedgehog. What the fuck is they putting on these rocks? Like, what is they smoking in these pipes? Like,
Shit, you don't even know if
it's
that's that. That
different than fentanyl."
motherfucker could have been on PCP or
That
some
was
shit
probably
like that. That
Huron or
motherfucker could have
something.
been dusted out
Frankie.
or something, man.
Dude, that
Shout out to
shit was the
Frankie.
craziest, yo. Listen, look, I don't understand. It's just that I almost caught a body. I was like, listen, people don't understand. You could be strapped up all you want. You can go to the, practice all you want. But if you've never ever caught a body, the feeling is different. I'm saying, here, this dumbass almost went to heaven today. Like, is you
Man,
serious?
It's
This is,
like how real police officers is supposed to do. The next time, hopefully it's not. I don't want to
but he
manifest
was
that.
still like I told people, everybody around me was like, you should have shot. I said he was unarmed.
No, I wouldn't say
Regardless
that.
of anything,
No.
you gotta
no.
realize I know my laws, I know my rights here in Philly, right? At
Usually
the end of the
people
day,
take off once they
yeah,
know
he took off
they've
from the
been.
first
Yeah, they
morning.
take off usually.
I'm like,
You
I
could
would
have
have did that.
restrained him.
Well, I didn't have a chance to. He ran like Sonic the Hedgehog.
I'm gonna run
Man,
and
I
shoot
can't.
him.
I'm
I'm
not running like Sonic. Listen,
Like, no, see, see, look, you already know. You already know.
listen. All I
I'm
know,
a
my
work in
son,
progress.
listen. My boys ran after the ball. They was like, "Mom, we can't find them." One got on the scooter, the other one
No,
ran the
don't
other
even
way. They was
find
like,
him.
"What the
No.
fuck
Oh,
are
so
you
your kids are
doing?"
younger. They're not like
I got a
teen.
15 and I got an 18-year-old. That's why I was
Well, so he
cracking
was
up.
in the. He came through the
Good that
alley.
they
The
didn't
guy.
catch him though, because
The
they could have
alley,
gotten in trouble.
He was in the alley riders.
there's a
And
lot of
see, you can't let them run out like that because they could have had a team of crackheads waiting for you to come
Yeah,
out.
don't go
not
chasing.
practice.
On
No,
that.
you have to go to
I'll
Kissing.
tell you like this. I'll tell
Not
you like
inside.
this. Somebody make it
Listen,
in my house. They ain't gonna make it out, bro. 'Cause this month, my dog get to you.
not over here. Over here's a little
It's
different. You
not
gotta
worth
realize.
it. He could have a
No,
knife. He could have anything. It's
he
not
didn't
worth
have
it.
shit on him. He
Yeah,
was
man, you come this
unarmed.
bitch, you
He
gonna
was
get carried out.
unarmed. He was
Yeah, but
twisted
you
as a
don't know that. Like your kids
His
don't know
ass
that,
would have
right?
no.
been armed when
Listen,
the police
me and
came.
that boy locked eyes. You don't understand. Me and that boy locked eyes.
He ain't tripping. Look, yeah,
On the
I'm in
real
a
shit, he
look.
had a knife in his hand as soon as the
They ain't
police
on that
came.
type of level.
You could tell. Listen, at the end of the day, inside of you, you could tell who's gonna harm you and who's not. You see where I'm
Mm-hmm.
coming from? Like I told
Yeah,
everybody, if I would have really pulled that trigger out of fear, at the end of the day,
You'd be
regardless of
arrested.
anything, I would have been arrested because I
You
know
would have
my
been
rights.
arrested. Yeah.
He was
but I'm glad you
unarmed.
didn't.
Plus, you'd have that on your conscience too. You know, it's
And
not.
at the
It's
end of
not
the
worth
day, like, I laugh
Yeah,
when
you
my
don't
kids chase
understand
him because look,
that.
listen, boy had his pants hanging halfway down his fucking ass. That's why I'm trying to figure out how the fuck he hauled ass and not trip over his pants.
it.
Like
Hey,
I'm gonna be
if
honest
you
with
had a
y'all. I ain't
weapon
gonna have
pointed at
nothing on my
him,
conscience if you by my door. You
yeah,
don't
that's
get
I'm
locked in, you
cracking
get
up.
locked out. If you by my door, whatever happens to you happens.
but you just don't know how you're gonna feel, or stay.
No, I
You don't
know.
know how you're gonna
I
He
feel.
was
do.
his next hit. That's
As
his
you know,
he'll take some
people
shit, pull
built
some that
different.
and get high.
You know,
That's what
their life
I'm very
experience.
different, sweetheart. Trust me.
People built different to their life experience. Like me personally, yeah, I ain't even about to talk about none of that. But yeah, people built it'll break some people or it'll not. You know, shit, it'll build some people. I mean, that's just reality.
Yeah. That's a
When
fact.
you have people you related to do things in front of you.
But but for Rachel, that's why I said no. You don't want to sleep with that because like she just even mentioned if I would have did it out of fear. You know, not saying that was he was fearful in that moment, but just that
It wasn't. It just I had
correlation.
enough time to see the bull. I had enough time. Like I tell everybody, like people don't stop to think sometimes. Like if he would have been armed, is a different story. If he would have charged at me, different story. He wouldn't have made it past the stove. Like if you
Yeah.
see how the houses are here in Philly, you see where I'm coming from is an alley. See, and then there's a whole bunch of houses with yards, right? Then you gotta get through. First, you gotta get through the alley. Then you gotta get through the yard. Then you gotta break. Like he broke the fucking yard with the shed door, right? Then it's the after the shed is the kitchen, but in that shed is two doors. I don't know if y'all understand where I'm coming from. So
Yeah.
you have to like get through both doors to get into my kitchen. I'm sitting here, I'm like, this motherfucker got balls. But I'm like, he not coming back. Like if you like, you gotta really know your community to understand why
Ryder, literally, it was like two different doors. He went through.
two
Whew,
different
Man,
fucking doors. That's why I'm
Now you
cracking.
gotta fix the
wow,
doors.
you ain't see who this person was. Man, you better
wow.
make sure ain't somebody who been in y'all
Did you
shit
even at
No,
least
the
make a
problem
before.
police
was,
report?
listen, you know what the problem was is I didn't notice that was because listen, my dog was warning me if I didn't pay mind to him because he was already barking at the construction people working on the streets. So when I heard the bang in the back, I thought it was the bang from them dropping the pipes.
Mm-hmm.
So like it was a big like I should have listened point blank. My dog was warning
Mhm.
me because he could sense
Mhm.
everything before I sensed.
Mhm.
So I was the
Oh,
stupid
I
one.
love my dog.
My dog would have been on that ass.
Man,
Yeah,
my, my,
Ryder,
my
your
baby would
dog
have
is
been on that
going to
ass, bro.
move in a different
Like
way
boom.
opposed to what
Yeah.
he or
hmm
she is hearing the construction. If your dog like protects themselves, like my mom dog, her name is Frisky. Like if she hears certain sounds, she will bark. But if it's something like she's fearful of, she'll get under her couch. That's something coming towards my mom's door. Start
yeah.
to look at different things,
I
sweetheart.
got a
I'm just
pit.
giving you some advice.
You know what threw me off? Because the stove is in front of. I put my stove because it's like I'm fixing the kitchen. The stove was in front of that door, so
Mm.
it didn't go towards the door. It threw me off because normally when he's like telling me, "All right, somebody's at the door," he'll scratch the door. But since the stove was in front of the door, it threw me the fuck off. I'm like, "Are you just barking at that fucking noise again?" So it
What kind
kind
of
of threw
dog
me
is that?
off. I got
You
a
better give
pit.
him a
That's why I
treat.
said he'll
I was
go
about
through
to
that
say, did
door.
you hear what she said? A pit.
A
Like,
No,
pit.
good boy. Good
Yeah,
boy.
you
Give him
better.
a
All right,
treat.
that's why I'm not
I got
scared
me.
and I'm not worried. Like people don't understand. Like my pet
yeah.
protection wouldn't be the first time, but at the end of the day, people don't think. Like I took a minute and listened to what everybody around me was saying, and I'm sitting here. Y'all must not know the laws to your own fucking city.
Salute to
That's
you,
all I
Ryder.
kept
You
thinking.
are very
Like, I'm
protected.
sitting here. I'm like, listen. At the end of the day, once the man turned his back, when I said get the fuck out, and his back was turned towards me, if I would have shot that man, I would have been locked up.
Yep.
I would have
Frankie,
been
you're
Exactly.
back. What up, Rage Quit?
I'm
Pause.
big.
Hey, quick. Let me just say, Roddy, you see how the universe works? Your stove is never there, right? But for some reason, you wanted to fix the kitchen. You put the stove by the door. You see what I mean?
Mm.
Like not even realizing that you was something inside of you intuitionally was telling you to put that there for protection. For some reason, subconsciously, you was being moved to do that
Yeah,
without even
because I got
realizing. You
the
could have put it
gas
to the
off my
side.
joint.
You could have put it in front of the door. You could put it on or anywhere beyond in the kitchen, but you put it by that door. You know what I mean? So your
That
instincts was
stove
already
didn't
telling
just
you.
protect me. That stove protected the crackhead.
I mean,
Because
that's how the universe
I
works. You know,
could have shot a
sometimes.
leg, but
Riders.
I didn't have. See, my whole point. They're like,
Oh,
I'm
nah.
listening
You
to
would have.
everybody.
He would
Like,
have got.
shoot.
He would have been
I was
flatline.
like,
I'm sorry.
there
He
was
would have
no
been
free
flatline.
space. He's a fucking crackhead. How you shoot a
Yeah, but he
crackhead?
violated your. He
He ain't
violated
even
your
playing.
place. He
Wait,
violated
That's
your
let me
why I
ask a
privacy,
said
man.
question. Let me
an
ask a
unarmed
question.
person, if you feel like they're gonna harm you or something, if he would have came towards me or something, okay, I would have shot. Bull ran though. Like something inside you tells you when you're in danger. I don't know how to explain that because I felt it before with
Do
other
you
people.
feel safe? Do you feel safe still there, knowing that he could just do that again?
He can't do
He's
that
not doing
again.
it again.
Oh,
He's not gonna do it.
cautious to that.
Well,
He's not
did
coming
you
back.
expect him to do it this time? You know, it can happen by somebody else. You saying? I'm just asking
No,
questions.
now he knows.
Now he knows exactly. See, listen, listen. Like I tell
That
people, I explain to people
man,
about
I'm just
community.
He would have knew
And
something
the
with a
problem
holler
I'm
with
just
too,
telling
though. Trust me, one
no,
holler
listen,
would he could still could have learned something. You know,
people
I'm
learn,
gonna tell you, I'm gonna tell you this
and
too.
trust me,
Man, you talking about
there's
somebody
a street
who
lesson learned after this. You understand where I'm coming from? It's not like this got left alone. There's a street lesson
Wait,
learned
where's
after.
trying to say something?
Oh, my bad.
you gotta understand these people on drugs, they ain't rationally thinking. They
yeah,
say
Mm-hmm.
you in the house by yourself and they watching you and your man ain't there at
yeah,
night.
yeah.
Okay, one went in, didn't work, so you need more. I mean,
Better than
you just gotta be
Yeah,
careful. This is how I'm
you
just
got to
telling you, right?
set up that back door. One of those, you know, put two bar like the bar
yeah,
over it in
we
the middle or
Booby
something.
traps.
Yeah, no, no, you ain't
don't.
home alone. What the fuck? You gonna put Legos in front
Have
of the
a
door? What you thinking,
flamethrower over the
Commander?
door,
You wildin'.
ready
Commander
to
said
go.
No,
booby
you
trap
can
like we in Home
actually
Alone.
what is that called? Timu or whatever. You can get the little thing where
Yeah,
you can put
It's an
for
alarm.
your
for
yeah.
the door, right?
Not
Yeah, they
only
got
that,
alarm,
and
but the
then you
door
can
locks.
yes, thank you, the word. You can get that
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
But
see
I
the
want to
along with
know
the
this. What did the dog do? Did when you opened the door to go, like, did the
Them
dog
dogs be
go to?
some of them dogs be refurbished. I've been in it. I've been in some shit with my dog. I thought it was gonna be ready to pop, and the dog was in the bathroom ready to fucking flop. I don't know what the dog did. He was it's a
no,
pit
That's
bull.
what
well,
Hey, I got
y'all
rid of him
need.
though.
see,
Y'all
I
need
got rid of him.
them.
Listen,
Y'all
they
need
got
them
rid of
real
him. Yeah.
guard dogs, bro. Y'all
Nah,
need
yeah,
them
you
man.
got
Listen,
dogs
man. This is
who
a
was
red
bred to
nose. I'm
guard.
thinking
Like
this nigga from the city. He gonna rep
that's a pit, bro.
that
it's
nigga
No
a
man, you
pit.
man,
need a
boy. Let me
shepherd,
tell you
bro,
something, man. I
or a
learned my lesson.
Rottweiler.
You know how long it
They
took
walk
me to
over
calm that
the pit.
damn dog down?
Yeah, boy, he doing his barking. He ain't biting. Now,
No, it's
yeah,
not
my
no
dog would have been on
barking.
that nigga. My dog
Listen,
would have been on that
He
Hey,
nigga
didn't
once
try
he
to get
came in
out
the
the
no,
house.
door.
he did get out the door. I just told him, I'm like, you know how long it took me to calm my fucking dog down?
look, I
So
tell
he
you
didn't
That
like
chase the
this,
guy.
motherfucker
bro.
got chased
I
by
was
a
just about
fucking
to say,
pit
did he
Look,
try
and
to
two
attack?
kids.
I'm gonna
That
tell
nigga
you like,
hauled
look, when
ass.
when dogs bark, you gotta understand the psychology of these animals. When dogs bark, that's a tactic. That's like a
Mm-hmm.
they trying to
That's
scare
a
them off.
warning.
When them
Yeah, yeah,
motherfuckers growl, now they ready to attack. Like like
yeah.
when people come around the house, my dog don't. She bark when she want the attention, but when she growls, she ready. Her tail go straight. She ready to tear some shit up. I be like, calm down, calm down. And
That's
it's
why
Yeah,
not even a loud growl. That's like that's
uh,
telling me like it's go time. Like
yeah.
this shit
yeah,
ain't right.
that's what
You
Earth
could be
Day was
talking
trying to
to
tell
them
me
and they still
earlier. I
standing
gotta,
at the door. You know what I mean? You could be
yeah,
talking to them like
Yeah,
chill, and they
right.
still stand at the door, locked in, like they know.
Earth Day was trying to explain that earlier. It's the difference in the bark and the growl. That's like what. That's why I
Yeah,
said I
man.
wasn't the one paying attention.
Is your
This
dog
I
is
was
little?
this
Do you
going
have a little
off.
different
dog?
shit, man.
I don't
Riley,
have
is
no
your
damn
dog
little
little?
dog.
I have a
You
little
see
dog.
my dog? Listen, I've gone live. My dog's been on my lives. I got a
Yeah.
big dog.
All right, because you know
That's
usually
why
little dogs are like better off alarms and alerts than
I
big
was
dogs.
just
Big
about to
dogs are
tell
really be
you, my little dog literally bit a hole
yeah, they wild. Them little shits is crazy.
just for
yeah, I don't
somebody
like
speaking to me in my house. Crazy.
Ankle biters.
Like,
Listen, the last time somebody tried me, they tried to call the cops on my dog, and they felt sorry as shit. Because I gotta tell everybody, I do everything by the law. At the end of the day, if shit was to hit back, I'm straight. I'm not worried about shit. They tried that shit. Oh, I'm calling the cops. Call them. Let me help you out. 911. That's
yeah,
what, like, at the end of the day, let me help you out. You
here
got a
you go.
problem. I told you to get the fuck out my property. You raised your fucking hand at me, right? And when I raised mine, my dog charged. You didn't get the fuck out on time. My dog did his job. The same thing that the officer told the chick. He was like, you were supposed to leave when she told you to get out the
Yeah.
first time.
They didn't
Since
take
you
the dog though,
decided
right?
to argue her down and then try to instigate a fight, this dog did what it was supposed to do in her property. And I had a beware of dog sign in front of my property.
Yeah, yeah, that
So at the
works.
end of the day, I was covered in all sides, and I had a camera.
My
Like I tell
dog bit
everybody, like,
my dog bit
man,
3 people, and the only reason why I didn't take it away because it was on my property. You know that's fucked up. It was the
that's what
dog
I'm
was
saying, man.
wrong.
I
The
be
dog
straight.
was wrong as a motherfucker, but yeah, they gave him quarantine the first time. The second time, nigga came through. I gave him a sad story, and the third time it was somebody who was from the family, so they didn't even get involved. But it was crazy. My
Yeah,
dog bit
I
three
was
people.
just about to say mine was family.
Yeah, when it's family, they feel yo. Let
Yeah.
me tell you something. There was my party was going on. I had it was a kid birthday party. Real quick, last story. And I have two dogs. I had a mother and a son, red nosed pit bulls. The mother was about 11 years, no, like 10 years old, and the son was like 7. They were always back in like not too long ago, but I had a party and everybody's in the house and people were saying the dogs are loose though, and I'm telling everybody slowly, but because they're good with kids and everything, right? They're just not. The mother is different than the son. The son is real, like he's still joyful in life. You could play when you could rub your cheek next to him. Oh, big boy, you know how kids are. The mother though, she just has this thing where if you try to put your face next to her face, it's like a trigger for her, yo. I'm telling you. So,
Oh, little kids like to do that.
Little kids love doing that. Listen, but the mother I never had a problem with. The only person she ever bit was the person I'm about to tell you about, and me. She bit me on some spice. Well, she bit me because I deserved it because I wasn't paying the mind, and she did something that she wasn't supposed to do, and I kind of like went to whip on her butt like a little patty, like don't do that again. And that bitch grabbed my finger like a chicken bone and looked at me with the Bruce Lee eyes, like I dare you say something. I said, I know she do the pork bone, so I said, damn, yo, you know what, you got me, bitch. I'm gonna get you another can. You good right now. But yeah, I learned my lesson on that day. But this girl came to my house, right? And beautiful young Asian lady, she comes in, they sit down at my table, they all eating, and my dog has a bad habit of crawling on the table, putting his face on your crotch area, like trying to sneak food type shit, and people fall for it all the time. Like, oh, they give him a little here, and the next thing you know, my dog know the trick. Like, she over here gaming people. So the sun, I told you, the sun is real on everybody. So in the night, the lights are kind of, it's party, everybody's trying to drinking. The dogs you can't tell the complexion apart, and she got drunk. She's hitting Jello shots. And she goes and said, oh my, and everybody's sitting at the table. And she's like, when she said it, it kind of like the air kind of got stale. Like everything was stopped for a minute. And then looked and she said, oh my God, your dog is so cute. I couldn't even say, don't do it. But she put her face like down towards the table, or like bent down her chair. And my dog grabbed her nose, like real quick, just nipped. Yo, listen to me. Like my heart stopped. Cause I'm thinking, I didn't know what's going on. So I grabbed the girl and I pull her. And I try to kick my dog, and I'm like I'm pushing the girl towards the bathroom in my house. You know what I mean? Like to go to the bathroom because she was holding her face. I don't know if she was ripped. I didn't know her nose came off or nothing, right? I kicked my dog. I'm like, get the fuck over, bitch. Like I'm trying to like, you know what I mean? In reality, I'm like, this bitch is stupid. I told her, no, I'm telling everybody not to do this shit. And she went to do it, right? Yo, she goes in the mirror, right? And she got like a little, like a 2-inch little slice. I'm like, the dog nipped her nose. I'm like, yo, you good? Don't worry about it. She's like, oh my God, I can't believe this. I'm like, yeah. She's like, this first time I've been by a dog. I'm like, just chill out. Don't worry about it. You good? Look, it's nothing. Look, and I'm trying to look for her. And she goes in the mirror. Listen to me. She pushes the tip of her nose up and makes this shit split down her nose like 8 inches more, like 6 inches, like fucking just from like her top of the bridge of the nose all the way down to like where her nose nostrils is at. And like, oh my God. And I saw it. Like I saw the whole thing when she pushed her nose up because she's looking at it like, oh my God, she's drunk. She's like, oh my God, look at this. And when she pushes her nose up, it just was like the craziest shit ever. Her whole nose went split. But she didn't tell because she took it like a trooper. I'm gonna just say that. Because she knew she was wrong. I kept telling her, and she's like, I'm so sorry, I was drunk. She walked around with like 7 stitches in her nose to this day. It's fucked up.
APTV, what up though?
But I'm just saying though, like dogs, they don't,
bro.
But yeah, salute to y'all, man. I'm gonna be back down. I got a phone call coming, man. That's why I dropped the first time. But I got somebody about to call me a couple. I'll be in the chat though.
All right.
Yeah, I'm dead serious. I'm still on top flight security down there. You know how it is. Just send the elevator once in a while.
All right. Shout out to you, Frankie.
Yeah, we need some cold water down there.
All right.
Shout out to Frankie, bro. That's my bro, man. That's my bro.
He said, you're all right. He told her, you're all right. You're all right. You're good. You're good.
Now I got a fucked up, bro. Look, I had just met this chick. I met her on a date app, and this was her second time coming through my crib. And I had a Rottweiler named Juice, 150. I don't know if y'all ever seen them clips with that dog pushing around that cinder block. That dog, and he was like really calm, but when he didn't know nobody, as long as they was in the house and didn't move funny, he was all right. But if they moved funny, then he was on them. And I was playing with him and like trying to get him comfortable with her. So I said, give him a snack. And she gave it to him and he took it in his mouth and spit it out and was like watching me. And I'm like, Zeus, chill out. And she was like, oh, and she linked down and he just snapped her face. And I'm like, I'm just begging this girl. Take her to the emergency room. Like all her people saw about, oh, you should sue him. You should sue him. I'm like, God damn. And I'm like, she was cool. And I ended up dating her. and a lot of it was because I felt bad because my dog bit her. Yeah, so
You
I'm just
pity dated her.
listen.
That's funny.
Look, no, she was cool, but that was like a definite. Like, okay, now I have to date her. Right,
I
I
have to
have to
date
date
her.
her now if he took that, and he took that for me. That's how I felt, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was like, now I have to. First, she was like, I was getting this is the second time I met up with her. I'm like, she cool, but yeah, the first time was crazy. Yeah, but
The
yeah, so I
word.
feel
She
bad
got
for
bit.
her.
You
Yeah,
should have married her.
so
You should have married her. What
man,
the hell?
now look, check this out, man. Look, okay, so I dated her. So we dated for like a month. Then I met her dad. Now, her dad, I ain't gonna lie to you, dude loaded. Dude was loaded. Like, I met her dad on his boat the first time I met him. We went to the yacht club, and he was like, I like you, young buck. You ambitious in life. He was like, tell you what, if you marry my daughter, I give you this boat because he just bought a bigger boat. He's like, I give you this boat, and I give you my condo. So I was like, condo. I'm thinking like, okay, it's a condo. Nah, man, this is a fucking house. The bitch got 4 bedrooms. It's 2,000, like 2,400 square feet. It was in a gated community. I'm like, you will give me this house and this boat to make it. And I
He
really
trying to
started
marry
paying
off his
attention.
daughter. What's wrong with
Oh,
his
Now
okay.
daughter
So they
then?
listen,
wanted they had to get out for you.
now his at this time my grandmother had just died. And that was like a pillar of my life, right? So that was like a big, stake in my heart. So I wasn't even really thinking straight. And this girl, she had a daughter, and her daughter, she wanted special needs, but when she was born, they had to take a vein out her leg and put it in her heart so she couldn't walk right. And
Mhm.
I'm like, I love kids, so I'm helping her. She got stronger in the time we dated. I had her walking around tables and shit. So I spent a lot of
Oh,
time with her
okay.
daughter, right? I was always a good like stepdaddy, if you that's what you want to call it. But so her baby daddy was in jail because she was laying up with some dude and he kicked in the door and put shotguns in her face, right? So she got a kid.
Mm.
It's like all these signs I did not see. And long story short, baby daddy got out of jail. She didn't tell me. The baby did. Baby was like, "Oh, I see my dad," and I ain't had no problem with that. But I'm like, I'm from the hood, right? Right. So I'm like, at least I don't even know how this man looks. He dropped it. I helped you get this house, and I'm over here. I ain't living with her, but I'm over here a lot. And
Wait, are you talking about the condo, the 4 bedroom condo?
no, we didn't. No, no. So I helped her get it because when I met her, she was staying with her mom, and they got put out, and she had stayed, and I had just got a divorce, so I was staying with my mom. And it's like, man, she kind of tried to move in, and I'm like, nah, I just hope you get a spot. So I helped her
Yeah.
get a spot, and so now the dude coming over there, you lying to me about how she got the gifts. And I was like, and everything just started making sense, man. This is the same girl I told you that she said she was, look, Earth Day, this how fucked up my head was. And I'm telling the honest to God truth. This girl told me she was pregnant, right? That's one of the reasons I helped her get the house. I was about to move in with her. Uh, we getting baby shit and all this. And then I'm like, hold on, bro, we been using
Can I
condoms.
can I um
Me-
I feed off of energy and people say I talk too much, but I see things and what you were saying like maybe about 2 minutes ago, I want to just tell you what I'm feeling. And you let me know if I'm wrong. So you were more caught up in being there for the child. You had just got out of the divorce. You gravitated towards that child, especially with
hmm
the needs and being who you
hmm
are, you know, and coming and being brought up, being in the hood. Just because we're tough, we might have gang bang of did things. We have a bigger heart than most people will ever know. From the
hmm
experience in your life and then your mom, that connection, which gave you an easy way to gravitate towards her. Then you're helping her get a place. She didn't have a place. This is what I'm telling you, what I was already feeling. You didn't even go there as far as the place, but the energy was so like, nowadays, I just don't, I go ahead and just express what I feel, like immediately, opposed to not saying nothing. Because it's like, I don't want you to keep going through that. And I feel like you have to work on that. You still working on that. And keep working on it. I could be
Oh yeah,
wrong.
I'm like you hit the nail on the head, and I feel like I worked all that out. You know, I worked all that out. I'm married with 2 kids now. You know, um,
Because the way you felt, your emotions of it, that child,
so,
like work on getting over it.
hmm
We can all move on. You know what I'm saying? I've moved on from things, but I'm still working on things. I'm a student teacher, so I'm not preaching to you. Trust me.
Oh, are you saying Earth Day like there's he might have some emotional attachment, like still wonder how that kid is doing, like stuff like that?
Like, yeah, like it's still it's like from the way he said it, it was a pause. You know, it just felt to me that, and I pray that that child is doing well. I have something to say to you too. Bitch, don't kill my vibe.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
You are what you eat. Shouts out to Kendrick Lamar. You said that you be having pity for people. Don't let nobody kill your vibe, sweetheart. Be who you are. Don't let nobody kill your
Thank
vibe.
you.
The word back to you. I can get why you're probably concerned about the child, but don't let that be. Yeah, you're married and everything, and I'm not saying that you're having feelings for her. You get what I'm saying? Like sometimes pauses and things that we think that we might have gotten over, we're not. You did a lot for her. Just to hear the little that you said, oh, that was a lot. Salute to you, my brother.
and you know, I had to learn how to, and that's just to be honest, that's something that I worked on because I've seen myself in that pattern. You know, that was the second time I did something like that. You know, took on that role. That's why I said I was always a good stepdad. And then I realized like the time I invested into other people, I need to invest into myself. So that was a part of my evolution. And I'll be
Mm.
honest, like even these conversations, I'll be honest, like speaking about it, I that's the only time I probably mention or even not trying to sound non-empathetic, but I don't be thinking about them girls
You
too.
don't dwell on it.
I don't think you're dwelling on it. You're feeling for your
But
soul.
that's something I had to work on though, and that's something I did work on. I'm being honest. I had like when you said that you hit the nail on the head because they even after like a year or two after they would still try to use their kids. Both women was trying to use it, weaponize their kids against me. Oh, they miss you. And I got to a point like um I had to be ignorant at first. Like shit, they got daddies. I ain't their daddy. But then I had to find peace with not. You know that was a part of my life. You know, you learn from it and you move on. I really like from just life experiences, the things that I I had to learn. Once I learned the lesson, that's when I was able to just move on. Like when you pass the second grade, you don't think about that shit no more. You're in the third grade now. Now it's new shit to focus on, and that's how I look at life. Like the experiences that I have in life, and even when I reminisce on it,
It's a memory.
yeah, it's more for educational. There's more to tell how far I came, and still look how far I gotta go.
You're
You know, I
allowing
do
your
wish the
lesson to
best for
Shout
become
them
out
your
to
kids.
blessing.
Bronze in the chat.
I hope them kids all right, man. But I don't be thinking about them. Said I got two crazy ass kids.
Mm-hmm.
He's got enough to worry
Shouts
about.
out to everybody. I am so new in
Mhm.
here. If I'm the weird one, the oddball, like
We're all
just
weird.
yeah,
Don't
please
worry,
just
we're
give
all
me a chance.
misfits.
But I don't know any of you writers. The word I've always seen you. Yeah, just thank you for allowing me on here to openly just be me.
Oh,
So
for sure.
I am very comfortable within the conversation that we're having. Writers for Life. That's my sister. I love her. I totally have so much respect for her. We've
Let me
been
tell
we've been in what Writers what for about 2 years. We talk to each other on here.
you,
I think yeah.
I think where was the first panel we talked on?
I
Was it
think it was
KB and then it was on
Damn D.
no,
Yeah.
not that.
Damn, D.
It was
Double.
there you go, Double, and he changed his name, G Money now.
Yeah. What? Child. I've been
Yeah.
I didn't
working
even know he
within
changed his name.
myself.
Yeah, after our first I think after our first real conversation, yeah, that was on G Money panel. Then I got stalked.
Yeah. And
Oh,
that really
That was a
I
good
never had a
panel though.
chance to some things have happened and I wish they hadn't to you, you know. I just think, certain things shouldn't happen. But I will leave that there. Moving
Yeah.
on to that. Um
I want to shout
you
out Jug in the chat and Bronze. What up, fam? And
Bless
Roger,
Bronze,
you
what up,
got
though?
lucky. You got really lucky with that Rottweiler. Or no, was it Roger? No, El Chingon. El Chingon. He had his own
Chingón.
experience with the Rottweiler.
Oh snap.
but salute to your wife, so no disrespect to her. Because when you said
Salute
you're
to Mrs.
married,
Word.
yeah, the word
Mm.
because you're married, so you're married to who you're supposed to be married to. I just said
Yeah.
that because of the bite and the attack. I was being funny,
Yeah. Oh,
so
no,
I
no, no.
couldn't do that.
Yeah, she understand. But shit, that's how I felt. I felt obligated. Like, God damn. Like he could have got my dog put to sleep
Yeah,
or
definitely.
seen my ass. You know, she took one for the team. I was like, should appreciate it. Yeah, permanent scar on your face. He nicked the shit out of her.
She had to get a rabies shot.
Her face was fucking gushing. I'm like, God damn, I didn't know how bad it was. And then her meat flapping. I'm like, fuck. And she already had chubby feet.
Yo, dog bites ain't no joke, yo. Like I got bit by a dog when I was pregnant with my daughter. The mark is still in my stomach. Them Jones ain't no joke. I have a battle scar. I went at war with a pit, and I still got a pit. They be like, "How you got a dog and you got bit by one? Aren't you scared?" I'm like, "Yeah, someone else's dog, not mine. If they got teeth, I'm running." Shit.
I was
But I
literally
reached
bitten on
out
my
for
11th birthday. Back of my
it.
leg. That sucked.
I got
Oh,
bit by
that's
a
it.
dog too.
I
A little
learned,
dog.
but you know what's crazy? I learned
Bit a
that
dog. Dog
pit
bite me, I
bulls.
bit it back.
But see, what's crazy is the pit bull that bit me knew me. The problem was that the pit bull got jealous because I was pregnant, and I never knew that pit bulls could sense, that you have a baby in you and stuff like that.
Mhm.
So when it bit me, and I went to the doctor and shit like that to get treated, the doctor had broke it down to me about what was going on with the dog, and I was like, oh shit! I was like, I don't know why it did that out of nowhere. I was like, I just walked in. Like, and mind you, and I think I had just found out that I was pregnant. My mom didn't even know I was pregnant. I was going upstairs to tell her, boom, 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 and all that shit was happening. And they said it that the dog got jealous. It sensed that baby inside of me.
Children do too.
Because when the doctor broke it down, he's like, you do know it's not normal for a pit bull to go for your stomach, right? I was like, what? He was like, if it was protecting the property, the dog would have bit your neck, your arms, or your legs. I said, what? He's like, the pit bull was jealous. It sensed the baby inside of me. I was like, oh shit. And ever since that, I stood away from my mom's dog. That was the dog that bit me. That's why I laugh. Like, that shit was crazy. Like, it happened out of nowhere. Should I be traumatized? Yeah, but I'm not.
I was about to ask you a crazy question
But
because I am such a realist, you guys.
I
I'm
wanted to put the
untouchable.
bitch
You don't
down.
learn this
Chill.
about me. Like, It's been times where my mom will be mad at me and her damn dog freaking y'all be barking at me. So I wanted to like not getting personal and not trying to have you be in your personal. But I'm like, do your mom sometime get pissed off at you? Because me and my mom is so much alike. We be bumping heads. And her damn dog, like she loved, like me and my mom and my daughter look like triplets. But that dang on dog sometimes, she just be snapping. I have a dog, be around other dogs. My family have. I'm like, and I asked my mom, I said, do you have a problem with me?
Mhm.
May
Seriously,
she
y'all.
rest in peace when my mom, may she have, peace in paradise though. But when she was alive and the dog was around, we always bump heads because I swear to God, I don't know if the dog was
Probably was
jealous or I was
jealous.
jealous because I'm sitting here, I used to ask her, I was like, yo, why you treat that damn dog better than me? When the dog
See?
bit me, she hit the dog because my baby pops wanted to put it down. I was
That's
cracking
what I'm
up.
saying. I
I'm like,
know
how
I'm
you
going
take the
somewhere with
dog
this. 'Cause that's
across
what I
country?
do. I'm like, Mama, you take this damn dog. What the hell? It's like, she got a stroller. She all in like, what
The
the
dog is fed better than her kid.
oh my
You gotta be
God.
kidding me, yo.
For real.
The dog
Like
get grapes
I'm
upon
literally
you get
being
mustard.
funny.
Yes, yo, she is lying though. Like she is not lying. No wonder
I
that
had
motherfucker
to
was
ask you
jealous.
that. That's why I be
Had
like, it's like it's not good to not like hold in things because certain questions can be knowledgeable because it gives you answers within yourself. Like
Yo,
it's,
chill.
it's, it's
Me and
hard.
my siblings asked the same question. Like, how she treat that dog better than us?
Exactly
Like
right.
you
I'm
sat
telling
here and
you.
spent like $300 on this dog, and we asked you for 5. You said fuck off. I'm saying like, damn.
Do you know she was crying because the dog had cataracts, y'all? I'm like, I will help you out. You want me to do a GoFundMe? Literally, she was crying. I'm like, what? I'm like, is she that damn serious?
Yeah, they be serious about these
She
dogs,
was so
bro.
serious. Luckily, yes, Frisky y'all is okay, okay? You know, she's good. Oh my goodness, though. But yeah, my mom loved that dang on dog. And she knows it. But let me tell you what this dog does. The dog, if my mom leave and I'm at her house, right? She jumps on the couch and gets under me. What y'all think about that? Because I look just like, I'm like, when I say I look just like my mom, twins.
Yeah. The dog has a
So
love-hate relationship. When y'all
she has
together,
a
she can
love
tell the
hate.
difference.
She
She
has a
like,
love hate for me.
y'all together right now. I don't like you. I don't appreciate you. Get away.
I'll be talking to her, I'll be like, you full of shit. I take pictures though, and I send it to my mom, like, you see what your dog doing to me right now? She'll be under me, and she'll be sitting
You
under my
gotta go to
leg.
the house with treats. You gotta come with treats.
I do.
You gotta
That
have
ain't
a
I
gonna
kid.
work.
do, Commander. I
Gotta
literally
come with
buy her
gears.
shit.
That don't work. Listen, I be at war with my old hands dog, right? Mom Dukes, the one that when I be outside and everybody like, oh, that's a cute dog. Yo, her dog, when I'm outside, I'm her worst enemy. But when I'm inside, I'm sitting here, you gotta be fucking kidding me. How I'm your best friend when I'm in the porch, but when I'm outside, I'm your ops? I'm like, this doesn't
Yeah.
make sense.
Roger, what do you mean by that? It's
Yeah.
the opposite of demon time called angelic assignment.
Oh, I don't know.
Because I'm
Roger's
confused.
tripping. He's checks mix right now.
Okay.
Oh, I was like, wait, I don't know. We talking about dogs.
Yeah. Anywho, I don't get it. And it'd be so cute to me though. It'd be so cute when she does it. Cause it'd be like, oh, so now you want to be friends with me? For real? Because you know mama's not here. Or she'll cry.
They show off in front of the owner because I don't know. I guess I don't know. Word, can you explain it?
I don't. The
The dogs are like
psychology of
kids.
dogs, bro. Man, they get like people, bro. Dogs get personalities too, man. All the motherfuckers different, and people is
They
weird
do.
as hell to try to understand dogs even crazy. Ain't no rhyme or reason. I had some dogs, but man,
Oh shit.
Yeah, if dogs can get cataracts and diabetes, they can get bipolar too.
shit, they can
Yeah.
get cancer, all that shit, man.
I heard about that.
They also can get depression.
Yeah.
Hell
Oh,
yeah.
for sure.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's crazy?
And I got a shepherd, and they get highly depressed if you don't pay attention to them. That's why, like I'm laying on the couch now. I'm surprised my dog didn't come here and jump on. Like she a big ass baby around me, and as long as I'm cool with people, she pay attention to my demeanor and my temperament. As long as I'm cool with people, she'll love you to death. But as soon as she see I'm like defensive, she get defensive. We bought my dog as a service dog, because I lost majority of my sight. So that's why I specifically got this dog. And she
Bless your
is
heart.
fucking awesome.
Bless your heart for
She,
that. They're comforters, definitely.
yeah, she is fucking awesome. That's like my eyes. When we go walking and shit, like cars and like stop at the corners and all that shit, like between her and my son. That's how I get around a lot outside.
I am such a like emotional. Like that just really warmed my heart to hear. Like dogs, they do that.
Hey,
Yeah.
I want to get your opinion on this, right? I got Word's opinion earlier, right? They was talking about passing that bill, right? For I guess taking the stamps away for parents that got kids that are 8 years old, stuff like that. Well, basically, they're changing the law from kids being dependent from the age of 17 now to 7. What do you think about that?
From what age?
From 17 to 7. Basically, they're saying that if a child is 7 years old, they're
That's
able to work.
bullshit. So how am I supposed to raise my son that's about to be 14 then? Which they tell me I make too much money out here in Cali still. It's a whole different story. But yeah, like they tell me, oh, you can only get $13. Y'all can keep it and kiss my ass. Anyway, yeah. But are you serious?
Wait, so the
that's
child no longer qualifies for food stamps? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying, yeah, that's what she's saying. They're going to have a law passed. Now, what I will do, writers, will look into it. I haven't heard of it out here. And probably because, like I said,
oh no, this Congress is still fighting it. You gotta look it up. Congress is still fighting this, but people are going crazy on social media about it. That's why I'm like, I don't know. But I think
Wait, but check it out. If the 8-year-old no longer qualifies to get food stamps via the mom, and then they can just apply for themselves. Right?
and then not only that, so what, they're going to stop WIC as well? Because they let people get WIC up until what, they 5 or I believe it's 6 or 7.
With premium, they're 5 in kindergarten. Once they hit pre-K or kindergarten, there's one more WIC.
Well, no, you can get it when they're a little bit older if they're preemie. Because I did for my son. He was only born 2 pounds, 12 inches at 6 months. I'm
gonna be honest. Look, you're gonna laugh, right? I don't know if it was my pride. I don't know if it was my ego. I refused all the help that the government was giving me in the beginning of my pregnancies, right? Because before I used to work like crazy. My income was good before, right? I didn't start accepting no help until like the week I took it for my last daughter. And even with that, when she turned 1 year old, I stopped it. I don't know what it is. It's like I felt like I needed to work. Like I don't want, because over here they only give it to you when you're not working. You see where I'm coming from? So it's kind of like I don't want none of y'all support if I have to be at home being lazy. So
that's a connection with me and you. I mean, like I said, having a child and having a cesarean.
That's why I was explaining earlier about how I busted my staples open when I had my C-section. I'm not somebody that's gonna be able to stay still. It's impossible.
I was back at work at 8 weeks.
Stitches or not, I gotta move around.
Yeah, like
you didn't want to get comfortable accepting those funds, because then it would make you comfortable. So you wanted to push yourself to work.
And now that I'm stuck at home, like you can't work. I'm working. I'm like one way or another, I'm gonna push through. I'm like, I told the doctor, I'm like, I want to do. She gave me the option, right? take the medication or do physical therapy. Again, I said I'll go do physical therapy, but give me the doctor. I'm not taking no medication. I'm
Please,
not.
sweetheart, don't.
Like everybody's crazy. I don't care what y'all think, but at the end of the day, listen. After this, if I'm not able to pull this on my own, they're gonna do surgery on my back, and I refuse to get the surgery because then I'm gonna be bedbound. I'm not gonna have my kids taking care of me at their age. That's too
Could it be
young.
because you had that epidural?
No, I just had the epidural was the beginning of it,
I
right?
know.
And what's crazy is what people don't realize I already had a herniated disc due to that epidural. I don't know what happened. That's why I said people don't realize that the epidural messed me up a lot.
I
You see where I'm
know.
coming from? But when I had gotten this accident, in reality, this accident caused 4 herniated discs, which gave me a total of 5 herniated discs. And one of the herniated discs is in the middle of my spine, which affects my left and my right, my left leg and my right arm. So sometimes my left leg goes numb and my right arm goes numb, or it twitches. Like when I'm cooking, it'll start twitching and I'll drop the spoon into the oil. I've dropped already twice a pot full of grease. I laugh because it's like, I'm not going to sit here and just be demobilized taking pills. That's what it's going to do. I'm going to be high as a kite in a bed.
But you know what, writers, some people, they just accept the prescription and they don't take the medication. And then that way they can still qualify for their like disability benefits, because sometimes they side-eye that you're not taking the meds.
You still qualify without popping the pills. Or you got to just go to the doctors.
I'm just saying, because sometimes they say, oh, you're not taking the medications, you don't want to get better.
No,
You know, sometimes they'd be like,
I've seen people get approved for disability without taking medication. They just got to go through physical therapy and all this shit, counseling and all that. That's what I'm saying. Like, all you got to do is have, like, my doctor right here, the physical
They take your
therapist.
blood out here and make sure it's in your system.
Yeah, I'm not doing all that shit. I'm good.
Yeah, they don't play that out here. But what I wanted to say to you, sweetheart, because it's done, right?
Yeah.
I'm glad that they took down Vicodins. That was a #1 drug killer for us. I know a lot of people has been taken out of that for having epidurals and having back injury. What I will say to you, CMOS herbal, move into herbal.
That's what I've been doing.
Okay, go to Night and Day. They have a lot of herbal things that you could take, and that will be helpful for your back.
That's website, right?
Another thing, laying down and moving your legs with the bottom part of your legs will help your bottom part of your back and you said it's your leg. You said it's your leg or your arm?
No, it's my left leg and my right arm.
Okay, so you remember when we used to be on TV? I don't know how old you are. You remember when we used to stand up and we used to have to put our arms out?
Yeah.
And do the little swivel over our arms? That will be a good thing for you to do. You don't have to do a lot of it. Just do a little bit of it. Another thing, meditation.
Yeah,
yoga.
Is into the yoga part.
So doing these things will help stretch your body. You know, I can pretty much see your structure. You know,
yeah,
you're not.
But I still gotta be cautious though, because like the last time I did it, even with the yoga, right? And then I did what was it, like 30 minutes of yoga, right? Then the other 30 minutes I wanted to do the Pilates. When I went into the Pilates, my back locked on me. I'm sitting here, I'm like, oh shit, what am I gonna do? I don't know. But I'm trying. That's the thing. I don't want to get stuck.
You gotta condition yourself for that.
We're talking about As a matter of fact, ask the doctor if you can get a therapist to come out there to you. They have therapists that come out.
Yeah, they working on all that. Like she already gave me the referrals. They don't come
you
to
say
me.
You're in Philly, right?
Yeah,
I'll look it up and see they have like certain because I work in Millersville.
They got
see if they have see if they have certain places. Those are places that you can do, you know, but you have to be very You're gonna have to take it like you doing baby steps. It's like teaching your baby how to walk. You're not doing this for 10. You said you did yoga and then wanted to do Pilates. What are you
Very
doing? You're
good.
doing too
Trying to
much.
get back to the old me.
No, baby,
You
it's not
could
gonna happen overnight.
Listen, y'all gotta realize
look
I'm somebody. I went from
right,
being double jointed to a doctor
right,
telling me you gotta stay still. You can't do shit. I'm like, wait. She like any.
right,
How did he say any
right.
sudden
Yeah,
move can end you up in the surgery room? I said, but how am I supposed to know what is gonna mess me up and what's not? You see where I'm
right.
coming from?
Look. Let me tell you something, man. I used to 4 years ago. I was bench pressing like 250. I was squatting like 500. I mean, I was used to working out. I just started working out ever
Exactly.
since I got this shun in my head. I just started working out again. I used to curl 45-pound dumbbells. That's how I used to. I used to use 25s to warm up. I'm using 10-pound dumbbells right now because I got to recondition my body. I used to spar
That's what
probably
I'm not
about
used to.
two, three. I used to be in the gym and then go sparring like 3 hours of straight working out. Like you ask my
Man,
wife, I was a machine. But to get and I pushed my I was when I first started trying to work out a year ago, I kept passing out. And I'm like, what the fuck am I passing? My shunt still ain't regulated. So I gotta
yep.
Oh,
I had to learn to take it slow. I was trying I'm like, okay, shit, I used to do this. I can't do that shit no more. I gotta take it slow and build myself back up to all that shit.
but you know what it is with me too. Sometimes I get in my head and I need to learn how to get out of it. I've learned how to do it, but there's certain things that I can't let go of. Like in my head, sometimes I be like, I refuse to be like my mom because in the end, when my mom got sick and she went through the depression, it was just popping pills, being in the bed. I had to be more of a mother to my siblings and this and that. So it's like I don't want to be that. So it's like sometimes I get into the past. I don't know why I do it, but it's something that
You-
I still don't know how to let go of. And it's not that I don't try.
It redline your way of thinking, right?
Yeah,
Stop trying
fucks up
not
my
to
way of
be
thinking.
something and just be what you are. You got to put yourself in the moment. This is what I can do. This is what I can't do. Instead of pushing yourself away from something, pull yourself towards who you are, what you are now.
Mm.
But
I'm
sometimes
I'm different. I'm different from what, bro. Like I used to work on cars. I used to do a lot of shit. I lost 80% to 90% of my eyesight.
I,
I had to adjust. I can't keep thinking or keep that mindset of what I was because that's going to prevent me from being what I can be now.
facts. But
So,
the
I
problem
mean,
is I was never
you gotta
that.
shift the way you think. But to do that, you gotta understand those emotions. You're aware you're trained not to be like your mom. So you have to you're not your mom. You're just not.
That's the crazy part. I know I'm not. So why do we still get thoughts like that? That's what I wonder.
Because
Like,
y'all making me so emotional, and I'm so grateful to be in this panel right now. Y'all don't understand.
I didn't have a bad mom. It's just that I didn't like the decisions
No,
my mom made. That's it.
I
My mom made
know.
dumb
I'm feeling both
decisions.
of y'all. Do you know I weigh 265 pounds? Look at me right now. If you want to know what I used to look like, sign up to be
Okay,
on my IG.
she got a body on her. Chill, chill, chill. No homo. I have to say that one. It's the way people are. Wait a minute. Let me fix that because I know how people is on
Yeah, they'll be
YouTube.
like, "Oh Lord, Ryder and Herb, they finna be in the Lord have
I gotta
mercy."
fix that.
Yes, women knows how to, because that's what I'm saying about you. I'm looking at you. You're beautiful, but you're not heavy. I can see that the size that you are, you're able to do what I'm advising you, not telling you. 'Cause I'm not telling you to do anything. It's advice to what you should do, but you have to take baby steps and piggybacking on salute to the word, what he's saying. I didn't have no idea. See, looking at him, that's you in the middle, the word. I
Mhm.
Yeah,
wouldn't have said that you were, that big. People couldn't look at me right now and wouldn't think like I'm talking about faith, all of that. Big. I'm only 5'2", so imagine being 265 pounds at 5'2".
oh,
No
that's
surgery, no nothing. But I was always an active child and teenager, I got into a depression as well. It happens
Mhm.
to the best of us. Yours is injury and due to surgery, so that's different. You saying about your mother reminded me of my grandmother. My grandmother was a heavyset woman and was in the wheelchair. So that scared me, thinking that I would end up like that.
Somebody hopped off camera. I could have sworn I just saw somebody get on and get off.
Yeah, I did too. I seen two people.
Was Commander. I
It's
think
me.
yeah.
Yeah, don't allow yourself to feel that way. And I can get about you saying being addicted to pills. You don't want to do that anyway. That's why I was,
I've
giving you
always
these
regretted
outlets.
this because when we was younger, what people don't realize as teenagers, we didn't know what we was doing. And I was a teenager. Shit, they gave me the Xannies. The therapist gave it to me for a minute. I misused them when I
How
felt
old
the
are you?
depression. I'm 35 right now.
Oh, see, they didn't that I'm 47. Yes, I am so not claiming my age, but I'm 47. So
I'm 35 all day.
I wanted to say this too. Earth Day, your birthday 3 days before mine. I'm an '84 baby though.
okay,
I was
Tor.
born on April 25th. Bull gang. That's my
Yeah,
sister's birthday,
full gang
22nd.
gang.
Yeah, my sister's birthday is 22nd too.
Really?
April
Oh, she's an Earth
22nd.
Day
Yep,
baby.
yep. My sister,
She's
she
a
real
tough baby
spiritual
then.
too.
She's an Aries Taurus.
Yep.
I'm a
Oh shit,
Leo.
I got
You're the same sign as my mom. What about you, Commander? What is your
I'm an Aries.
You're Aries?
Yes, ma'am.
She's a heartbreaker.
When
I'm
is
Like, no,
your
also
let's,
a
birthday?
let's be,
9. I'm an. Ooh, do you know your life path number?
So what you're what? You're in April?
Yeah,
Okay.
diamond babies.
April, May.
Yeah, because the you're like I all of my best friends mostly are Aries. So I'm good with Aries. But you have a more sensitive type of because Aries is a fire sign.
yeah, just like
Oh,
a
she
Leo.
fiery. She fiery. She definitely
Yeah.
fiery. She just
You're
but
Mars.
she around the earth sign, so like when she around
Exactly.
me, she be grounded. But shit, you piss Commander off, boy. Them flames from Hades, boy. They ain't
Like I
playing.
have 3% of water in my sign. Young RZA, hey boo.
Oh, who was that in the back? Riaz.
Yeah, Riaz.
Hey, what up, though?
Oh, he's showing
We
off
just
for
seen
Earth
the
Day. He's
shade.
been showing his face lately. Young
Riaz trying to get
Riaz.
married, man.
I
That's why
gotta,
he be
I
coming
gotta
around.
mess around with Young Riaz.
Whatever, yes. What's
Hey,
good?
Remember, he said he's
I'm
got 2
doing.
wives waiting for him in the future.
I said I'd
That's my boo
consider
right there.
4 wives in the future. Thank you,
Oh, he said
appreciate that
4
though.
years his
But
birthday.
Huh?
yeah, I
He got
consider.
How
4
many
I
wives
kids?
waiting
consider.
for him in the future.
How
How
many
many
kids?
kids though? 4 or 5?
Okay.
He
Yeah, but
said,
I'll be realistic. I'm very
Wait,
realistic.
who has 4 or 5 kids?
4.
He
No,
wants
I
4 or
don't
5
have any.
kids with his future wife.
Yeah,
he said, you
yes,
want 4 or 5 kids until you get one. Then you go, oh,
yeah.
Honey, I
I
hey,
have
feel
no
you on
man,
that.
twins.
I
I'm
can't
fertile
speak for
murder.
Yeah,
women.
My name ain't Earth
No,
Day for no reason. But
He said he
no,
I
I
okay,
retired.
but look. No, I get you on that though. But look, I get it though. But look, I'm 1 in 3. My dad's 1 in 3. My mom's 1 in 9. So I probably wanna go past how many I've got though. But I see what you mean. That I'll live alone. But I like to hope. I like to plan my future and see where my life takes me. Whether it goes according to what it says though, or whether it don't. I'm just basically willing to plan for my future though.
Commander, I think Earth Day will one, if I ain't mistaken. I
Okay,
think
Ooh,
she
she's a
like
1.
one.
She's a leader.
okay.
You know who's a 9? Dolly. You know,
Exactly. I'm a
do you
one.
remember Dolly? She
Dolly
was
Bear
saying,
or
yeah,
Dolly. Yeah.
Dolly. She was saying somebody told her that she's a 9, and she was wondering like what it all means. And I was watching a
Hey,
replay, so I have to tell her to come over here.
it's a
Nine
he,
completion.
yeah, Kay
Mm-hmm.
did a live with her and told her she was a nine. Kay
Nine
told her she
complete.
Okay.
was a nine.
I
It's
remember.
a
Oh yeah, do okay. I remember that when they did when she did mine though. I'm like I think I'm a six though, right? I can't. Am I right though? Am I a
I
six though?
can't
Because I'm
remember. I
born
know she
twin. No, I think I can tell you what day I was born and what year I'm actually born. So I was born 27th December 2001. So I think she said something about a six or something like that.
Do you know what moon you were born under? Do you know your time? I can tell you what moon. I do
You a
tarot in case
I
you
Capricorn?
didn't know.
Oh, that I
I
don't know.
can't remember. I can't
Why?
remember what time though. I'm gonna have to ask my mom what time I was born because I forgot. So the only thing I can remember is what day I was born. No, no, what month I was born, basically. What month, the year, and that's it. So that's all I can remember. I can't remember what time though.
So here's some advice, Commander, about tarot. Tarot, it comes from what planet? You say your sign. You're an Aries, right? If you believe in you being an Aries, then you do actually believe in tarot because that's all tarot is. It's not witchcraft. It is not, practicing anything of that. I can actually do tarot with a deck of cards.
Okay, that's
Yeah, I've
nice
seen
though.
people do
I mean,
tarot.
I've
So
seen people do that though.
it's
For me
not,
personally though, that's why
but
I'm
I
not
mean,
against it. I'm not sorry.
yeah, those that don't deal with it, I'm fine with it. But
I
one
just
thing,
choose not.
I'm of the earth, so I do know all of what my opinion. I'm not going to say I know for a fact. There are so many things that information that's spread it. And if we don't collect all the knowledge and allow ourselves to be free to learn and at least look into it, then we're
Okay,
uneducating ourselves. That's my opinion.
okay,
So that's how I move.
okay.
But we're going to move
That's
on
cool.
past that.
Well, I know
Okay,
yeah.
somebody
okay.
that was told recently that they have somebody plotting against them, like they did a tarot card reading, and then now she's like, she's worried, like she's thinking about who's plotting and who's, she's
That's
trying
the
to
fake
figure it
tarot reader.
out. That's a
There's
what?
Okay,
no way.
that's interesting. Or
That is a
whatever.
fake
Look, I get
tarot
you on
reader,
this.
sweetheart.
But I mean, look, I'm not for it though. But I'm not against it though. I just choose not to dabble in it though, because I'm basically me
I've
being a
never
Muslim
seen
though.
nobody coming towards nobody. That is not how it is. I've seen people that, it's like the tarot cards and they'll read it upside down and saying, oh, this is negative. No, that is not. No. The way their readings, and if they're not really going into it's just like being a psychiatrist or being a doctor or being a lawyer. There are rules and things that you study and you're supposed to know. And then there are those that just are being.
Try to add
Well,
nuances to shit. That's why I be telling people like, I live metaphysics. I don't even say practice no more. I live the shit, right? But
Okay,
like explaining a lot of things to people who don't practice or who don't indulge in the, I don't want to say rituals, but partake in the system itself, they can't even comprehend the shit I be
okay, I'm
talking
com-
about.
Yeah.
So
thinking.
I don't, like you said, man. I mean, people got their own beliefs, do what work for
Yeah.
you, but it's levels to things. And just because people don't understand it or you're around people who ain't practicing right don't mean it don't exist. I feel like that. 'Cause, I
Okay,
mean,
I get you
I
on
don't
that
even try
though.
to push I don't
Yeah.
even push my practices. I don't
I'm
even
not
really
a
talk
pusher.
about them. I live the shit though. I ground every day. Man, I know for the solar cycles when I'm gonna stand outside and do I got my kids doing it. Certain times of the day we go outside and we ground. You
Go on
know,
my channel on my shift and you'll see my son doing meditation.
yeah, I got my daughter 2 years old. She know how to
Okay.
breathe from her diaphragm. She be showing my wife how to
Okay.
breathe. My 2 year old do that. So,
Oh,
I mean,
wait, that's cool though. That's cool. I mean, look, the only type of meditation that I kind of do though that I'm told to do is blue light stuff. So basically, the Sufi that I'm associated to though, but my family's associated to a Sufi though, and basically what he taught and stuff like that is basically to actually just do the blue light meditation though, and just just breathe and stuff like that though. So I practice any just that the approach to it though is more like a Sufi way of understanding it though. So I'm basically both, or I can't be both, or am I just one or the other? Which is it? I can't be a Sunni and a Sufi, or can I be both? Because I think I'm both though.
I say it
I
like
also
this,
told
but
my mom,
I, about life in general. When you put yourself in boxes, you limit yourself. Man. Hey, I mean, whatever
Yeah, so
useful
why
for
they
me.
have us in boxes, projects.
Yeah, I didn't practice and study Hinduism, Taoism, Taoism, Christianity. I didn't practice. Like, it's one thing talking about it and knowing the information is another thing doing it. And when you do it, you see the benefits, and then you start seeing how all this
I
shit is
live.
connected. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
Like, I practice Kemetic
I'm
science.
okay,
You know, I follow my
okay,
aunt. That's why my behavior or my temperament is the way it is now. It's through the practice
okay.
of
I
my
feel
aunt.
you on that though.
That shit gave me
Okay,
structure and discipline in life. And I know the
okay,
full
but
story
I live.
how, my bad, somebody
Okay,
talking.
sorry. No, I was just about to say that I actually basically live what I do though. I just basically try and do on a simplistic approach though. To truly actually get to where I need to get to advance though, is to start simple stuff first though. Because literally though, when I was younger though, I tried to go too deep and I literally lost my mind though. Literally, I literally lost my mind though. Because I actually went too far though. Because the way I was born, I told my mom the way I was born, I feel like I'm naturally spiritually tapped in though. I just basically gotta keep practicing to actually make it, you know, keep going though. Basically, I told that I'm naturally tapped in though. Because I actually can feel that though. That's what I feel I am. I'm naturally tapped in.
I really truly feel that you are. My opinion, maybe you gave yourself too much information. You have to do things at certain, you know, it's like if you overeat. Mhm.
Yeah. It's
So
also
the fact that you are tapped in, were you like just totally focused on being so tapped in and wasn't focusing on anything else outside of being tapped in? Let me just ask that question.
I feel like
Yeah.
I'm naturally tapped in because my mom prayed for me. Because the day I was born and everything, my mom basically was praying for me to be special. Because well, the way I was born. So when my mom was praying to God and everything, she was literally saying to God to make it easy and also to help me out though. So basically, when it comes to spiritual, mentally and type of stuff though, like my mind is basically out of this type of world. So I believe I'm very high vibration. It's just depending on the frequency. I basically, depending on my environment or the frequency I'm around, though, I'm basically adjusting to where I'm adjusting to, though. So yeah, sometimes though I do overdo it, though sometimes, but I try to dial it back I try to dial it back a bit, though, because I can actually feel it, though.
So you say out of this world, do you feel like you're a star seed?
What you mean?
Never mind.
No,
Yeah,
oh,
I
when I
was about
mean,
to say this
oh,
too. I'm
when
Yeah,
I
gonna
because
mean
I
by
mean, out of
when I
this
mean
world.
by out of this no, when I mean by out of this world, I meant though like I'm not too much of this world type of
Yeah,
thinking. Like I'm spirit, like literally spirit in a spiritual sense. I'm like in a higher type of plane of existence. I'm like basically
I
flipping
fuck with
between
my
two conscious though. Sometimes this here, sometimes I'm here, and sometimes I'm there though. Actually, just right here in my mind though. So
astral projecting.
yeah, kinda. Yeah, kind of though, actually. It's kind of like that though, actually. So like to some people, they think I'm saying whatever though, like I'm kind of crazy, but I'm not crazy though. I'm just basically, outside the box type of thinking though,
What is
that I'm doing.
crazy? Like really? I mean,
I was
we've
about to
seen
say,
crazy on here. I wouldn't consider you to be crazy. L, I like your comment. I'm just a person of, if y'all notice, I pay attention to everything. I was just reading L comment. I liked L comment. But back to you, Young. What I meant by starseed when you said you're out of this world, and then you say you practice blue, that is like
Mm,
a starseed color. Do you know what I'm
okay,
talking
that's
about? The
interesting.
word,
No,
I
not
know what
really,
you're talking about.
though.
huh?
Okay, sorry.
I'm
I
asking the
don't
word.
really know. Oh,
Yeah, I
sorry,
know
my
what you're
bad.
talking about.
Okay,
I know what you're talking about the first thing.
okay, okay. Because I don't like to put. This is my thing, and just like you were saying, sometimes you're concentrating on getting too much information. I'm like a person of, I'm gonna speak on what I know that you're comfortable with, and like you were avoiding what we were speaking on earlier. So it's no pressure. I get, how you feel and what you go by.
You respect it.
Yes, totally.
Mm,
Because I'm not putting
mm,
applying pressure to no one. And especially if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm not trying to educate you on that. That's not my job or for me to do. But what you're talking about, you are tapped into a lot of things. And in my opinion, I don't even think you realize how much you're tapped in. But I think you're kind of I want to be respectful when I say this.
It's
Maybe
confusing
like a
say
at first.
little
that.
afraid to even challenge it. Because
Mm,
maybe you
I
just
mean,
strictly went straight, just trying to get it all in. Because you're tapped.
And
That's
yeah,
and
it. I'm gonna
and,
leave
okay,
Riz,
it there. You know.
and
yeah,
Riz, I want to say this too, bro. Like because you know, what you doing is you using spiritual terminology, but you practicing Islam. And I never tell you how to practice Islam, but I will tell you this: Islam has a metaphysical aspect to it. If you look at the Moorish Science
yeah, I
Temple,
agree with,
and like
yeah,
I studied there for 2 years, and I tell you, like, I mean, it's not even a religion; it's more of a science. And,
yeah,
I think that'll
basically,
help with
though.
your spiritual growth if you just look at some of those concepts. So you
Okay,
saying the right things. I just don't think you, because you practice Islam, the information that you use. I think that's where you limit yourself at. That's just my opinion.
okay,
Though. You know,
okay, I
you
can
use
respect that, though.
that's
I
like
get you on that.
I hear a lot of that. I hear a lot of Christians. They use spiritual
Mhm.
concepts, but they practice Christianity. With if you go into the Gnostics, then or the metaphysical form, but that's the way you practice the spiritual aspect of that religion.
Okay,
Every religion
okay, I
has a
get.
spiritual aspect to it. Hebrews got the Kabbalah. You practice the Kabbalah, that's the spiritual aspect of Hebrewism. Christianity got the
Okay,
Gnostic. Islam was is the is it the
now I
it might be
think it's all three: the Quran, the Bible, and the Torah, though. So basically, for me, I have to not just study just the
it's
Quran only.
ayah.
I have to study the Bible also, and also have to study
Pose
the
against
Torah
suckers.
also if
You
I
don't
want
even
to,
have it.
though.
But it's from the
Oh, and I think
perspective
it's
you
also Hadith.
like I can read the Bible, I can read the Quran, but if you use it a literal aspect, you got to understand it from a metaphysical aspect. You get a different
Oh, yeah, the
understanding
metaphysical.
from
That makes sense, though. Oh, okay. I feel you, though. Because, look, man, I am a Sunni, but also I have Sufi roots, though. So basically, though,
yeah,
like my
Sufi.
family,
That's
for
what it is.
stand, though, my family is basically, they studied under a guy who basically no longer lives here, though. He's no longer alive anymore. His name is Khwaja Shamsuddin Azim. So basically, he's a Sufi writer, teacher, and a scholar. And basically, in Pakistan, he's basically got set up worldwide, basically. And his the whole point is that it's like basically practicing how you're supposed to practice though properly. But his approach to it though is more on a deeper level type of thing though, more
Yeah,
deeper though.
like the whole understanding of jihad. You supposed to go through jihad every day. Practice as
Yeah,
a Sufi, and that's just the internal battle with your higher and lower self. But
yeah,
then when you practice it outwardly, then it's a spiritual warfare, meaning my set versus your set, and it ain't posted. It wasn't written like that. It was
yeah.
written for you to conquer your lower
Yeah,
or
so
your higher self. It's to
Yeah,
bring
so
balance
basically,
within.
Sufi is
That's what
just
it.
basically Islamic mysticism. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah,
So it's just basically Sufi is basically the Islamic mysticism, though. And they do, they just like he
I don't like
focuses
that
on like the
kind.
blue practicing. He does focus though, like when he actually tells his people though that he's teaching and stuff like that, just to do the blue light meditation. So you're supposed to sit and you're supposed to breathe and you're supposed to actually breathe in and out and stuff. So it unlocks your throat chakra and stuff
I
like that,
mean,
though.
even the way you breathe has a like people don't even understand. You don't think about breathing, but when you do controlled breathing, it's on a whole different level. Now you in control of the cycle of one of the life cycles, which
And
is
control
creating.
your
Yeah.
fear. Your
Yeah,
things
so
and
basically with
motivate.
his approach though is his approach is that you're supposed to say you're supposed to breathe and also think of a blue light that goes above your head though and you're thinking about God and stuff like that though when you're doing it. That's his type of way though. So you're supposed to sit there in that type of state, close your eyes and breathe in a way and also think about God as well. That's his type of approach though.
So
Yeah,
basically, think of clear water. I mean, one thing about it, when you said blue, I was breathing blue at one time. I actually have a picture of myself showing a reflection of blue around me.
Real quick,
But that,
shout out to Cutting Edge in the chat. What up,
oh,
though?
cutting edge. You was playing my music.
what's
Hmm.
your
Why did they
name?
cut you off? That was messed up. Cutting edge. Salute to you. They cut
Okay,
him off.
that's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So do
Yeah, but
you
also
feel that what you see, you can't actually have auras around you? What you see when you close your
with
eyes?
oh yeah, like basically I can feel not really see the auras though in a physical way because your eyes is not made for that. You know, our human eyes
No.
aren't made for that. But I mean, no, in that type of stuff, maybe in your mind you can, no, or like probably I think what it is you can feel the auras around you though. So and I've done that few times though before in the past though. Just basically though, just I can actually start to actually feel the vibe and actually feel stuff though. I can feel the type of energies and stuff like that. Like sometimes the way I wake up and stuff like that, and I also notice like sometimes with that darkness type of things, high effects on my mind and stuff like that. Though I start to actually feel that type of stuff. I can feel them,
Hey,
but I can't see them. I can feel the
yeah,
presences.
I'm gonna tell you this too, bro. Science is a new religion. There's nuance and ethical too. I mean, I understand your eyes weren't made to see. That's what they tell you, but shit,
Hmm.
I see auras.
Me too.
I
No,
definitely see. And everybody,
no,
everybody's different, man. Some people get and that should be weird to me. Like, I guess, some people just don't understand their gifts. And because they don't understand theirs, they don't believe other people have theirs. So, I stopped
okay,
arguing
so
with
Right.
people
I
about
didn't
shit.
mean it. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean it like that though. I meant physically though, in a physical sense though. Like when you actually truly get to that type of level that what you're saying though, then you can know. I'm saying for me, it's not that I
Yeah,
can't see them yet though. I'm just basically on not that type of level. I ain't putting myself down. I'm just basically understanding what I am going through and stuff like that though.
Mhm.
And basically, the advice that I was given is first focus on the basics, learn to pray properly, learn to read, actually basically learn how to basically move according to practice properly. Once I actually got the simple stuff first, then I actually can go advance to more of the deeper knowledge and everything like that, though. Because that is, in a realistic type of sense, though, to actually help, ease me into it. Cause, before when I used to do it, I literally, like literally, my mind literally was blown though because of like what I was reading and what I was actually going way too much into it though. I'm supposed to take it step by step though.
Mm.
I
Look,
Oh
have
snap!
faith
Gary's
in
in the chat. Gary's in the
I
chat.
told you.
Mr.
I told you,
33.
bro. Told you you was gonna wake up. Yeah, that's
Okay,
my favorite
What
reading,
up,
33.
bro.
That's a good
9?
number.
Yeah, me and him,
Okay.
we like this the
Anyways
first
though.
lifetime 33 I ran into.
Okay. So anyways though, I gotta go handle something right now. I might come back afterwards. I got you, man. You know, I gotta go handle stuff right now.
Handle your business. Shout
Okay.
out to you,
Your
Riyadh.
business. Your business. Yeah, I didn't
Thank
know
you
it was
for
4
sharing your
o'clock.
knowledge.
Just been up here rocking and rolling. Good conversation though. Y'all know I be on here just talking. But it's good combo, it's good combo. Yeah, Gary gonna be mad when you watch the replay, bro. We was up there cooking.
So here's the thing. How many days of the week is it?
Mm.
Through 7.
And isn't it 7 chakras?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How
I
many
don't know
colors is
yet
in the
because the
rainbow?
word hasn't taught them all to me yet. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How many what?
You know,
How many colors is in the rainbow?
Ooh, I
seven.
don't know. 5? I don't know.
Oh,
I've
no,
never
it's 7.
counted.
Mm-mm.
It's 7.
Seven.
It's, it is
Seven is
exactly
the
7. Actually, blue is your throat chakra.
mm-hmm.
Blue,
That's
purple,
where we ended
yellow,
up.
orange,
Purple is your
red.
crown.
What else?
Where am I going with this? These are
Green?
the
Is there
different
green?
studies that I did being raised as a Christian and allowing myself to just study and investigate on my own to make it all make sense to me. What makes sense is everything that I'm saying right now. Sunday, 7. Just keep that in your head. 7. You have several chakras. Now, they said that Jesus, which J never existed during the time they claimed that Christ was born, um, he died when he was what?
33?
33.
Don't you have a what in the back of your
33
neck?
vertebrae.
Oh, wow.
Oh, hold on. Oh, Earth. Now, see, you gonna fuck with me. I fuck with the
Get
Quasanor and
out the
everything.
matrix.
I fuck with the Quasanor. You know the story of Santa Claus?
Yeah.
you know what they get? I did a whole live on that.
Hmm.
I fucks with it. I fucks with it.
So my
I felt with
breakdown,
my.
it
Oh, my
doesn't make
bad. Go ahead.
people have to study. What I'm saying, I can give you things that you've all heard that make so much sense. And we already know how they're using the rainbow for what? Us to stay away from it mostly. Because what is the
Well,
saying
Mm-hmm.
as in,
we talk
it's
about?
turned into a negative.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is up, it's down.
Everything down is up, left is right, right is left.
When you start to open your mind and stop telling yourself what they taught you, which is using only 10%, and I will
Uh-oh.
love scientifically for them to prove that to be so of your brain and open your brain to knowledge and start to break things down opposed to what they told you. The rounds
Are we,
table 12, 12th grades, 12 months. It's so simple.
But we were
Welcome.
talking about this, about how like psychedelics opens your brain to other channels.
That doesn't have to. That's
But
not the
you don't
only
need
thing.
that, right?
No,
You don't need that.
no. It can and it does.
Is that like a faster pathway?
Not 10%. Don't trigger
Like a
word.
cheat code. It was like a cheat code. No, the 10%.
Yeah.
Nah, it's the way she. You gotta listen to the way she used it.
Well,
It's
she's
in the
basically saying
conversation.
that what we're told that we only use 10%.
No,
Yeah,
that
you're
they
allowing
limit
yourself to.
you to only use it 10%. Like,
Oh, the
and
way
that's
we've been
basically,
conditioned.
yeah, the way we don't think. They condition us to think.
Mm.
You think the way they conditioned you to think versus you thinking for yourself. He's saying
I
open up your
apologize, El.
mind.
I didn't know I was giving you a riddle. I was basically trying to give a quick breakdown of what we were taught.
Hmm.
That's basically what I was giving that, where it all makes sense and it all adds up to the same thing. So when you go out, right, and you go into a restaurant, and let's say you have a +1, right? What does that equal? 2,
2,
right? Okay, so why 2 plus 2 don't equal 5?
because it's 4.
I didn't say that. That's so. I'm just trying to get you to think.
And to think, I mean, I think you got to question to even think. Because if you ain't questioning, then you ain't thinking. You just following a process or procedure that's been indoctrinated. It's like a program. That's what school or education is. It teaches you to think. So people be on autopilot once they take all the information or the structure
Yeah.
of how to think, and they don't use their own creative way of thinking. So, I mean, even like that concept 1 plus 1, man. Yeah, for 2 years, man, I was breaking that down, and not to the sense of like when you use the mathematical definition of plus, then 1 plus 1 equals 1. But when you look at the symbolism, the plus sign has never been addition, it's never added, always subtracted. It took the life of Christ. Plus sign of Christ.
Come on.
What creates life is the and you see the circle of motion.
Wow.
That's the
Is that male
creation
or
of life.
female?
Yeah,
What
the
I
bottom
want.
half. And see, so you see what I'm saying? So the
Yeah.
X, yeah, so the X is actually a deletion or subtraction. It's symbolism now. But they're using the symbol, and what they do with symbols is they use symbols because you have an innate connection to these symbols. These things been around. That's how we used to communicate. You
Are you
have an
talking like
innate
your
connection with,
Kundalini, the medical
huh?
song? Like your Kundalini, the medical song?
Yeah. You
Oh.
you have, they tell you serpent's bad, but they put it on the universal sign of healing. So how the
Mm.
hell is
Mm,
the serpent bad? Right?
mm.
But they keep you away from stuff, right? Or the understanding of stuff, and they have you using these symbols, and they redefine them. So you think in one way, but you're using it another way. This is how, like, when she said up is down and down, this is how they keep you confused and discombobulated. Like you and Nate, like the Chrysler sign is nothing but Ma'at wings, but they use yin and ya for Starbucks. All these is ancient fucking symbols that they use
All in your face.
repeatedly. Why do you think they got obelisks at the Vatican in Washington D.C.? The bull represents the stock trade, but if you understand the symbolism of the bull, you'll understand why they got that shit. That's materialism, and that's why they got it at the New York Stock Exchange. Big ass golden calf. Where else you hear about that golden calf at?
Well,
Ain't
isn't the
that what
The
bull
they
the
had
lighter
Bible?
when
Lucifer?
Moses came down? When
Yeah.
Moses came down with
Uh-huh.
the Ten
Uh-huh.
Commandments.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's talk about
So
it.
y'all still worshiping false idols in front of the damn stock exchange, and people going crazy and shit. and wondering why. There's all this, man. This is why I say, like, this is why monks chill in the Himalayas, bro, up in the mountains, stay away from all this bullshit, because a lot of this shit, you being programmed, and you don't even understand the methods or the ideology or the mechanics of how you man program. You just go. That's why I say most people are sheep. Most people just wait for some smart person to say something and ride along instead of looking for the shit for themselves or even practicing it. Like most people only read the information. That's why when people sit up here and talk to me about the Bible, like, bro, what do you practice out of that shit? Tell me how that worked, because the definition has a definition and meaning is two different things. So you can know something, but the experience gives you the wisdom of it. Knowledge and wisdom is two different concepts. Man.
Like
Speaking
I
of the
don't
Bible,
know all the things you guys know, right? But
mhm,
like just when like the pandemic happened, like there was a lot of things that were obvious to me that was like, no, you got to think about this. It's not making sense. But so many people, they weren't getting it. It's like you got to break it down to them. Like none of it made sense. But why are so many people just going along with it and they're not paying attention and they're not thinking about it?
They cheap. I told you. I
Yeah, they're
told
just
you.
all sheep. And then I'm
And
the
they got to
crazy
show,
one. But
but
then
they
now,
condition
after all this, now I got people telling me, oh, yeah, you were right. But like, how come they didn't see it? They're like
because
blinded.
they were, look, people were taught ever since, if you've been around church or went to church, you've been taught since you was a kid you was a fucking sheep, man. You've been taught that shit since you was a kid, man. All of these, that's why I don't teach my kid about none of these fairy tales, none of that bullshit. Ain't no fucking Santa Claus. No son, ain't no Santa Claus. Nah,
I
fuck
wasn't
that. And
raised with none of that. No Santa Claus, no bunny. And I was
that's why you
raised
able to
like,
push your goddamn so
I was raised, don't get the no injection. So even before the pandemic, I could feel the energy of the nurses who are always like, get this shot. Have you got the shot? I'm going to give you the shot. And I was like, you could feel the energy like, no, something's wrong. So I would always deny it and say no. Yeah, like get it. Like, it's like, bro, it's like crack to you. It's like, what's wrong
everybody.
with you?
That's it. Did
Yeah.
that song help program and help condition the people to get that shot?
Shot.
Everybody.
It's like, no, something's wrong here.
do y'all
Yeah.
know why if I get have to go to the hospital or emergency room if something happened to me and they even stick an IV? I hate needles.
I don't mind them at all.
I don't like them. I don't need nothing to be injected in me that I really don't have no idea what it is.
What it is, yeah. Yep.
But I know I can I can get sea moss. I know I can get things that comes from the earth. That is what I do know. Shouts out to
Yeah, there's a
Henrietta Lacks.
lot of things that are good for you that are natural herbal.
Because your body can metabolize it. That's how even the pills they give you has to have something natural in it for it to metabolize in your body. Other than that, your body will naturally store that shit or get rid of it.
And our
That's
bodies
just
get
how
used to all the processed foods. Like your body gets used to all the processed foods, but I bet you if
they
you stop eating processed foods for a while, once you eat it again, it's going to make your body feel sick. You're going to automatically
I
taste it and it's going to taste like crap.
I don't think. I mean, you build. I don't even. I mean, just the way your body process food. I don't think your body get used to it. You. I mean, I
Gary,
think it's
exactly,
just.
Gary. Santa Claus was my mama. Facts.
Right. Yeah,
Shit.
man. I don't do that stuff.
Stop playing.
I remember I was 5 years old when I found out it wasn't no Santa Claus. I was mad as
Yes,
hell, and I was
Gary.
like, you know what? I'm gonna keep lying about I believe in Santa Claus just so I can get extra gifts. I was being spiteful and petty as hell. I knew it wasn't no damn Santa Claus when I was 5, but I was like, if I say it, I'm gonna get extra gifts. So fuck it.
Stand.
I was,
State. Stand. State. celebrity, celebrate. They put it
Mhm.
in your face. I mean, it's left up to you to figure it out. I was told to read the dictionary when I was a kid, and I got a lot of meanings out of words, and it was similar to the same thing. That's when I learned
Mhm.
the programming that was being done to me, especially when I came home from school and my grandmother was looking at one channel and I was looking at another, and it was the news, and they were saying the exact same words.
Mm. Man, that tripped me out one day. Somebody
TV
put this post
programming.
on live where all it was like 8 different news reports said the same exact fucking thing, and I'm looking like that shit crazy. Like that shit, like they from different cities reporting the same thing, but they got the same fucking scripts. I'm looking like, okay, it is what it is.
Hell,
I don't even believe the sports on TV beat. I think that shit scripted too.
I really, in my heart, and I don't have proof, sweetheart, feel like that y'all were not even getting what y'all thought y'all was getting.
Wait, what'd you
And
say? That you thought
because
we were
I'm
what?
looking at what Elle said, so I'm being careful with the word channel.
Oh,
Yeah,
I,
I don't think that you actually thought you got what you like. You good. You're good. Just whatever you
Oh, are you talking
don't
about
get
the
no
chat? Okay,
yeah,
okay.
don't get no chip. That's all I'm gonna say.
I tell you this. Like I was working as an anesthesia tech 13 years and walked away from that shit because when they told me that shit attached to your RNA, I'm like, I
Hmm.
know for a fact that when you create an antivirus, it's a dead virus that ain't got shit to do with attaching to your RNA. It's some new shit. I ain't fucking with it. I don't know if that shit go attach. That shit might mutate my ass. I might go crazy or something. I'm
I told
straight.
my husband if you have to get fired or quit, that's what you're gonna do. That's what we're doing. I know writers feels the same way because they were
Shit,
pushing
I'm
that
like, all right.
hard. They were pushing that hard, and he was like, "Well, I'm gonna get it. I'm just gonna get it." No, well, if you get it, I'm not gonna sleep with you. So he kept postponing it, postponing it. I said, "Yeah, I'm not gonna sleep with you." He's like, "All right, I'm not gonna get it." But it's kind of like one of those things. Like it's his body, you know, it's his body. So I'm like, "Hey, it's
Um,
your body. If you're gonna do it, but I'm not gonna sleep with you. Just know that."
that shit was so tough though, because in the medical field, like, if you don't get it, you just walk away from the job. That's the
Just
only thing
walk
you can.
away. Yeah, just
That's all
walk
you
away.
can do. But I mean, like Frankie was saying earlier, like when you accustomed to making a certain amount of money and you got a lifestyle built around that, like you have to switch whole field. Like, because even now you can't
Mhm.
work in the medical field without getting it. So
Mhm.
I mean, you got, and the crazy thing is, I got antibodies. Remember when they was talking, asking people to donate their blood who got I got that
Yeah.
shit. I'm straight. I ain't donating the goddamn thing. Y'all got me fucked up. Y'all had me hanging upside down from some strange room, draining all my blood. I'm good.
Yeah, well,
There
I'm the blood type. They were saying that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
there are paperwork that you can still work in the medical field and not get that. I was being, I've had several channels on here and on Facebook, yeah, because I was sharing that information. Y'all didn't know that? I still have them.
No.
Is it certain positions? Because I know, like in Michigan, Governor Granholm, he was pushing for it, but she almost got sued, so she broke down and it became mandatory. I don't know, like maybe a clinic or something, but I know working in like a level 1 trauma center, if
Hmm.
you around like isolation patients and stuff like that, and
Oh, you was
like
in trauma.
critically
My
sick.
friend was
Well,
too.
yeah, I was in
Oh,
anesthesia, so I was in
yeah,
the surgery,
they did
so I
not
dealt
let
with
this guy
everybody.
do that.
Yeah, like
I
my
mean, there's
wife, she had
doctors that
to
passed away.
That's messed up. Oh man,
they
that's
was
so
forcing like
unfortunate.
Said you
Yeah.
can't. You got to get the flu shot working in the hospital, or you got to get an exempt. You
Mm.
can get an exempt, but that's mandate. That's mandatory. Like if you want that occupation, if you gonna be around patients,
Oh, and
then you got to get
airlines
through it.
too. They did that too with the airlines.
I take
They made it.
ivermectin. Okay, there was a doctor that made a post, and he said he gave instructions on what to do. They took his video down so fast, but I was able to see it. And then I reflected back on this old man that was taking ivermectin. Old man, like all his life. And so I was like,
Man,
oh, bet, bet I know where to get
I
it.
I'll tell you this. Y'all know I don't. I mean, if y'all been, I've been on here for 2 years, and I don't be telling. I don't really talk about
No,
what
it's
I
not a
practice
medical
at
advice.
home.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really talk about what I practice at home. But my wife had COVID when it first came out. I got it out of her in 3 days, man. Test and all. That shit was out of her in 3 days. Ancient
I've
Chinese
never been
secret. I
sick.
fuck with roots. Yeah, I got the flu out my mama in 2 days. I don't be like, bro. I'm telling you, everything in the medications is from herbs. That's where they get the medication from. Herbs. They just add a lot of bullshit to it to make some money off of it. All that shit
That
got a
and
derivative of a herb.
the olive
Aspirin
leaf
ain't shit but
extract
tree
too.
bark.
I take that, never get sick. I haven't been sick in years. That's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
me though.
you can build your immune system. That's all it is, man. You know, Dr. Sebi, but it's a doctor
Mhm.
called Otto Wow. You know, both of them said, I don't know if Sebi said this word for word, but it's a direct quote from Otto Wow that no disease can live in a mucus-free environment. If you look at anything that, like even viruses, all that shit thrive within mucus, and that's why it be in our body for a long portion of time because our white immune cells, our white cells can't get through the mucus. So a lot of
The
the
milk,
antibodies you take,
the
yeah, a lot of
eggs,
that, the meat,
the
a lot of the
meat.
antibodies you take, it don't do nothing but break mucus down. That's all that shit really do, and then your body do the rest.
Gary, my life path number is 1.
What up, Gary? Gary, go to sleep.
Oh, sleep. What time is it? Almost 5 o'clock. I just heard my baby wake up. Then my wife said
Mm,
something.
I don't know where
Yeah,
you at,
yeah.
it's
but it's
closing time.
1:39. I'm in Cali.
It's
I'm in Detroit.
closing time.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
outside, right outside the D. I'm in the bird.
I was
I
just
ain't in the
near
city no more.
about 2 months ago. I went out there a couple of times in Chi-Town. Wasn't that far from you, which was very
It's,
different.
yeah, Chicago, cool, man. It ain't like
It was
Detroit though.
different.
Yeah,
No
they move different.
greenery. Like, I'm from Cali. So it's like it was during a time where it was snowing. So that was new for me.
I
Uh,
love snow. I gotta
yeah,
have.
yeah. I was enjoying that part of it. Had to change my whole, wardrobe, which was different. Because, like I said, I'm in Cali and it's hot here. But my mother,
Actually,
she's been in Detroit. She said that y'all be y'all the dressers or something like that.
we
Yeah, she
stay
said
on
y'all the
point like
dressers.
Stacey Adams.
Yeah.
Did you see what writers wrote? She said somebody on
Uh,
TikTok said Mexico should stop exporting, illicit substances for a month, and Americans will be the ones climbing over the wall.
That ain't gonna stop shit. Please. If anything, let me stop. We know
Americans will
what
be
it is.
begging Mexico.
Man. But let me explain something. We're good out here. Hispanics and us, we get along very well. Like I said, I'm 47 years old, and I've grown up and was raised with a lot of Hispanics. It is what y'all think y'all seen and stuff. It isn't. Allegedly, that's all I'm gonna say. It's allegedly.
That's because it's California, but other places are different.
Yeah, we've never had those problems like that. What they're showing y'all on the news is not what's happening. And I'm 10 minutes away from downtown. Now, the Palisade fires, that was very real. We literally had smoke everywhere out here.
Oh,
Everywhere.
Oh, you know what
Within,
I was gonna tell? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
No, I was gonna change the subject. Go ahead. Finish. Sorry.
I
No,
think
I'm
it's
good.
fires in
That's all
Ain't
I
there some
wanted to
fires
hear.
in Canada right now?
Supposedly there's fires in Canada right now. I don't know. I heard someone
No,
say that.
it's fire. No, it's fires in Canada because the
It's
other
not the
night,
first time though.
nah,
They've
man,
been
because
having
that
some
shit
fires.
came. That I looked on my phone and it was like bleeping red. The air quality was fucked up. I looked outside, man. That shit looked like it was fog out there. I'm like, oh shit, wait, I ain't go outside for 2 days. It ain't fucked up, but it was fucking our air quality up over here.
Oh, you said in Canada?
Yeah,
Yeah, I heard
they
about
got
that.
fires. Yeah, they got wildfires. I remember, shit, that shit fucked up New York. What was that last year?
Yeah, remember?
You
Yeah,
talking
that was
about
Canada.
that
That's what I'm
big
saying.
stuff?
It's not the first time that smoke reached New York. No, but what I was gonna tell you where it is. I don't know, maybe like 3 weeks ago or something. There was a guy. His name is what's his name? Kev. He was on Blind's channel talking about like he was a Marine and that he got out of the Marines when they started talking about they were doing some training. Some what did he call he called it some name, Project Urban something. They were training them for like US, like boots on the ground in the US. So when they said the Marines were coming out to like, those protesters and stuff, I was like, "Oh wow. It's probably like they've been training for that." Even though right, they're not supposed to.
They don't usually. Only people who train. I mean, you go to other countries and they have urban areas, so they have places here where they have training, uh, like
Yeah.
reenactment training here, but
Yeah.
with the intention of being on American soil, I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that, and I don't understand how you get out of the Marine once you get. The only way you get out is if you don't
Well, yeah, you
re-enlist.
get out. Yeah, you don't reenlist.
And,
He didn't reenlist. He got out.
but I still don't feel. I mean, I think
Yeah.
if it really came down to, I don't. It's. I think you have more soldiers looking. I said like this, defending the Constitution than you would taking orders. I just think,
That's what they're supposed to do, but you got to follow the orders or else you're out.
not if it defies the Constitution.
Well, you know how that
That's not
goes.
a lawful order. That's not a the I mean, yeah, yeah. There's levels to it. It's common perception and duty. So I mean, yeah, you get orders, but if it defies the whole substance of what you
And
And
not
what
to
look,
be
look
you
what, look what,
enlisted to
well,
also
do.
look what American
compromise
cops
yourself.
do, and they defy the
Well, they
Constitution every day. A lot of
no
them.
man, see, this is what I'm saying, bro. Y'all got to
That's
get into
them
that black law
signs again.
dictionary. Y'all got to
And
get
that's
into
when
that.
we come back with the signs.
I promise you, if you get into that
Man.
black law dictionary, it fucked me up when I understood what and what is the direct terminology? I can't even think right now. Is it police authority?
Hmm.
But it's like when they say protect and serve, that's a motto. That's just something they say. But that ain't their
Yeah.
job. Is to protect and serve. Their job is to uphold government. So what else? So it's a little different from. I'm gonna get back with you
Gestures
tomorrow.
and how they stand. The next time you see some officers, TV or off TV, look at. Let me shut up.
Look at the bag.
Man, it's signs and symbols. I was my mother. I am the baby out of my siblings. My mother calls me her inquisitive child. And I used to always, why, mama? Because you ask so many questions. Like when we would drive symbols and just signs. I've always been intrigued by symbols. What is that? What does that mean? Why is that? Maybe a lot of us should start as even adults finding out what them symbols mean. And I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna leave it there. Fly like an eagle.
I was telling writers one day, I said, if you really knew the truth, that shit would fuck you up. It'll take you a while to really bring yourself back into, I don't even want to say sanity, but
Are you saying the police study the black law? Is that what you're saying? Because usually it's like
They
the
live by
penal
the black.
codes.
Look,
They study penal
where
codes.
you think that shit come from?
Oh, sweetie.
Where you think that shit come from?
Oh.
all your
So do
even
they
the
give them?
terminology that we use, like the way law is written. That's man. Look.
Overseer, officer.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That shit, man. I'm
I
telling you,
know
you get a black
they're
law.
not for us, obviously.
They never stop overseeing.
Yo, TikTok is out of pocket. I cannot with these immigrants. Why they making these videos? I swear they got it making the Americans look like heroin addicts. I'm saying here, y'all not far from the truth, but not all Americans are inconsistent like in Philadelphia. What the fuck is wrong with people? Oh, it's based on what y'all talking about. These little, what they're calling protests, right? But they're riots in reality. I didn't know LA was that bad, yo. Everything. I'm looking at the videos.
Look how quiet it
cars
is where
on
I'm at.
fires.
I said I'm 10 minutes away. What do you hear? Do you hear any helicopters? Ain't no smoke. Or should I just go ahead and cam up and go outside?
And there's no smoke over there?
Maybe. Hell no.
So what the fuck?
What are we doing?
Oh, people gotta sleep. They go home.
This shit is crazy.
They'll be back tomorrow.
Man.
All I know is what I've been seeing, like a bunch of YouTubers like out there, live showing protesters and
We're
stuff.
YouTubers. Because that's what I've been waiting for. All I've been seeing is on the news.
Oh no, all kinds of YouTubers I follow are out there. Yeah, even when I follow YouTubers that were always at the border watching all these thousands of people cross over and interview them and talk to them and see what they're doing.
But they're saying it's coming over here to Philly and New York, but I have not seen that. So I am kind of curious.
What, protesters?
They're not protesters from what I'm seeing. This is riots.
Okay, yeah, riots.
Look, we had the Rodney King riots out here. I lived minutes from the airport. The National Guard said, yes, you guys. When I say that they were, oh my God. I was in junior high. I was maybe 13 or 14 years old. When I say I lost friends that I went to junior high school with because they wanted to go out there and loot and do whatever, luckily I was raised in a good upbringing where my grandmother made sure we were inside. There were army, big trucks coming down the street looking, making sure that nobody was looting, making sure nobody was doing nothing. Now, in case you guys don't know, Slauson Swap Meet, they call it the Slauson Mall now. It's still Swap Meet to me because I'm old school. Yeah. They had National Guards out there to protect a swap meet, not a mall. Now, if all of this shit is what they allegedly is saying is happening, why in the hell that shit ain't happening where I'm at? And I'm telling you I'm 10 minutes away.
Well, I don't know. They showed like a donut. They said it's like Go ahead, Wood.
That is in Inglewood, sweetheart, on
Oh yeah,
Manchester.
they show Compton. Yeah, they show Compton
No, that is in Inglewood. I
or
can exactly
Inglewood.
tell you where that's at.
Is
By the freeway, near La Cienega. And
what's the other spot? Oh shoot, I forgot the name.
look at the Godzilla, the last Godzilla movie, and then you go and look at the streets. Y'all is not understanding how much.
Okay, so last night they were showing people were looting, like even like right near the cops, and they were taking out shoes, some liquor store. They took out everything from the liquor store, everything, and they had
Baby,
people out there.
I got some ghetto, ignorant ass family members and friends. Trust and believe. They would have been calling me selling some shit.
But it's probably not near you. Maybe it's not near you, like you said,
I said
Inglewood.
again, sweetheart, I am 10 minutes away from downtown.
From Inglewood?
I
From
live
downtown.
in Inglewood. It started downtown. So if I'm telling you, none of this is happening.
Small?
There is no smoke.
Zero?
None.
So what am I seeing? YouTubers streaming
movie.
live that I've been watching them for. I can give you at least 5 YouTubers from different parts of the. Well, one of them's from Florida. He came all the way down to California, and then the other one came from. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't.
YouTubers out here in Cali that would film that.
I watch a guy like every week.
When Palisades was burning. There are no YouTubers, no one out here that is gonna film this shit.
And then New York, like today, New York. One guy that lives in New York, he's a YouTuber. He does true crime, but he was out there too. Yeah, he was. He was on the streets over here, videotaping all these people.
About the lie.
But it was peaceful, kinda.
Really?
Kinda. There was people getting arrested.
Those fucking cars that y'all seeing that drive itself, those same damn cars is still driving right now in my visual.
What, the Teslas? Are you talking about
the cars that they claim that they were looting that doesn't have a human driver? These cars are still running out here. None of that is happening.
I heard you guys have that, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah, we do. I have pictures. Yeah, just seen one today.
I heard you guys have electric fire trucks too.
I haven't seen that.
I don't know how many, but
I'm not a liar. I haven't seen that yet.
They said California got their first electric fire trucks, and they showed them.
They're everywhere, and like the first time I seen one, it was like some award show. I was in Beverly Hills like maybe 5 months ago, and that's when I first seen one. I was at this club. I was like, we are literally Terminator. That was scary to even see. Like nobody is driving, y'all.
But I believe it. I mean, you got this one tuber out here in New York, videotaping the streets of New York, people getting arrested. Some of them are peaceful. They're like playing music and just chanting. So, like he lives there, so he just walks out his door and goes down there.
Like, but why are they rioting? Like, what is the purpose? Is that because it's happening out here?
Well, it's against. Well, remember they were protesting in New York. What, like how many months ago? And they were doing LA and New York.
That was old news. That had already happened. You talking about when B was still in office, and they was going to the hotels or whatever, and all of that, and old boy was still in office that did the 50 rapping. They plan everything. That's what. Salute to my kings, my 10 melanated.
Well, do you remember when they said, okay, do you guys remember? Okay, word says boycotting. Do you guys remember not too long ago they were telling all the Latinos to boycott going to work, going to school, don't use electricity, don't buy anything. Do you remember that? It didn't really work out for them though.
Hey man, I hate the internet, but my baby
Oh,
girl,
Gary, so they are.
yeah, put her.
All
Yeah,
right,
Why
good
would
night, night. Good night, everyone.
Oh, we're leaving.
Okay.
Yeah, my daughter woke up and I don't want to wake my wife up. She hasn't been working in the
Oh
morning.
no problem.
So I'm about to wrestle with the baby for a minute. It's
Okay,
gotta get her
Gary, Gary says they are protesting in New York. I think that just started today because I only saw coverage of it today.
Seeing that they're showing videos. They're saying that this is what LA is looking like and shit like that.
Y'all making me want to go on my page right now because I'm telling you, they're
Go find them, Earth Day, and prove it.
yeah.
Go find them. We want to see your coverage.
Yeah, I'm gonna go downtown.
All right, good night,
I'm gonna
night.
hit downtown. So y'all have a blessed night. I enjoy being on here. I have subbed to your channel, and I will be tuning in to you, Gary. Salute to you, bitch. Don't kill my vibe.
Bitch, don't kill my vibe. I can't change this avatar. I've tried to change it and I can't. It won't let me. So I'm stuck with it for a little while.
You probably should be stuck with it because you letting people kill your vibe. Don't let anybody kill your vibe.
I won't. Thank you. Good night, word writers.
Good
Chat,
night.
chat.
Thanks, Gary. You saying yes, nothing, just crazy, just protesting.
All right, nice meeting you, Earth Day.
Appreciate
Thank you, y'all. Bless up. Writers for Life, go to IG and underscore with my name, each part of my name, and hit me up on IG so I can give you some info.
All right,
If you're on IG.
All right, got you.
All right.
Appreciate everybody coming through. Y'all know what I always say, care about how you feel. These are conversations that build nations. And if I say anything that resonated with you, do me a favor, hit that share button, tell somebody. Help me spread the word. But until next time,
And do it for the 9.
What up, 9?
Acknowledge me!
They've been telling y'all love.